So far, no sound in our end. Okay, thank you.
Find your story. Bulgaria, a discovery to share. Find your story. Bulgaria, a discovery to share.
Hitta ditt äventyr. Bulgarien. Upptäck och dela med dig.
Some say it's the land that defines a nation. Maybe so. Maybe so. But you see, for us, it's so much more than that. From the coastline of the north to the mountains of the south lies our story. Over 1,000 years of history. A kingdom ruled by dynasties. A country that disappeared, but a nation that never ceased to exist. Rebellions led by heroes on horseback and the solidarity which united us in the darkness. You can only appreciate freedom once you've lost and regained it. What makes this place so interesting are the people who've written its story. From the astronomer whose findings shook the world, to the pianist who brought us the finest nocturnes. From the first woman to be awarded a Nobel Prize, to the Pope who told us, "Be not afraid." This country is stronger than ever. This is our time. We invite the world.
So, how was Turkey?
maddening crowd into the surreal wilderness. The mystical marvels, the joy of a fleeting arrow, the winding trails, the warmth of a healing home. Bhutan, the safest place, awaits you when you begin your travels again.
It's been a period of reckoning. We all feel the changes. The distance we now have to keep, the new norms we now have to practice. Traveling in Thailand would not be the same. We still have a mask on when out and about. And also when diving down and greeting these underwater wonders, all renewed and thriving. Self-isolating can be done on a beach that's never been more beautiful. Washing hands thoroughly at a living creek. Oh, as you wish. Social distancing at the top of the mountain will be more invigorating than ever. But then, nothing beats a human interaction at a real marketplace. Delicious and hygienic food delivery here is packed with friendship and big heartwarming smiles. Conference calls can now be made with a natural scenic background. No download needed. You can be a chef, a dancer, whoever you want to be. A lot of things might have changed. Traveling Thailand will still bring you the same happiness, even more, because Thailand is now work from heart, renewing, restoring, taking care of ourselves. Welcome you back, the best we can. Amazing Thailand.
Imagine yourself in Brazil for up to 30 days for free. What? There will be lots of sun and beaches. There are beaches along the whole coast, from north to south, for everyone. Can you believe it? That's incredible. And there will also be a lot of nature and adventure. You'll be able to enjoy waterfalls, trails, caves, grottos, plateaus, and much more. Brazil is a true natural paradise. Culture is something else that must be experienced. Meet the people, the architecture of the cities, the museums, or the traditional festivities such as Carnival and São João. Brazil's cultural diversity will amaze you. And what about the local cuisine? Get ready to try typical Brazilian dishes such as Brazilian barbecue, cheese bread, fried shrimp dumpling, acarajé, Brazilian fish stew, moqueca, and coxinha. It's mouth-watering. You may be the lucky one who will experience unforgettable moments around here. Visit 30daysforfree.visitbrazil.com and enter the King of Olé Cultural Contest. Brazil, visit and love us.
Okay. I'm requesting everyone to please turn off your microphone. Requesting everyone to please turn off your microphone. Good morning, friends. I'm requesting everyone to please.
Like drifting through a memory. Wake up in your crystal sky. Floating just to feel alive. Starlight raining over me. Like drifting through a memory. Wake up in your crystal sky. Floating till we tak beranjak, kami menunggumu, merindukan tatapan kagummu. Membayangkan ramai tepuk tanganmu dan menantikan kedatanganmu. Kami di sini untukmu, bersama mereka yang ingin mengisi harimu. Dan yang ingin dekat denganmu. Semangat kami masih tersimpan. Dan kami telah menyiapkan setiap keindahan dan kekayaan. Senyuman dan isi hati kami ingin segera tersampaikan. Keajaiban kami, cerita-cerita kami, dan tradisi kami ingin segera bertemu. Kami tahu kamu pun ingin cepat discovery to share. Find your story. Bulgaria, a discovery to share.
Äventyr. Bulgarien. Gå och dela med dig.
Some say it's the land that defines a nation. Maybe so. Maybe so. You see, for us, it's so much more than that. From the coastline of the north to the mountains of the south lies our story. Over 1,000 years of history. A kingdom ruled by dynasties. A country that disappeared, but a nation that never ceased to exist. Rebellions led by heroes on horseback, and the solidarity which united us in the darkness. You can only appreciate freedom once you've lost and regained it. What makes this place so interesting are the people who've written its story. From the astronomer whose findings shook the world, to the pianist who brought us the finest nocturnes. From the first woman to be awarded a Nobel Prize, to the Pope who told us, "Be not afraid." This country is stronger than ever. This is our time. We invite the world.
Good morning, friends. I hope you were able to drink your favorite tea or coffee to freshen up your morning because just like you, I am also very excited to virtually visit and learn different countries and its cultures in just one day. Before we will start our program in a few minutes, let me share our friendly reminders to our audience. Please turn off your microphone, rename your Zoom name to your institution dash your name. For example, UC Villahermosa. For your attendance, kindly register through our Zoom chat box. Kindly check the Zoom chat box and fill in the information needed. This will be one of our bases so we can provide the e-certificate for you. To our Facebook audience, we will start our Facebook Live after our first speaker. That will be around 9 a.m. Moreover, don't forget to answer and submit the evaluation form after the event. Lastly, be kind to your chats and comments. Please avoid any offensive words. Remember that today we are celebrating diversity and inclusion. So sit back and relax. See you later.
Every side we put it all alive. was Jackie?
Away from the maddening crowd, into the surreal wilderness, the mystical marvels, the joy of a fleeting arrow, the winding trails, the warmth of a healing home. Bhutan, the safest place, awaits you when you begin your travels again.
Hello, friends. Before we will start, I would like to acknowledge the presence of our friends from Istanbul Aydın University in Turkey. Günaydın, friends. Berjaya University College in Malaysia, Silesian University Technology in Poland, St. Louis University, Bohol Island State University, Mactan National High School, Cebu Technological University, Danao Campus, Cebu Technological University, San Francisco, Camotes, Southern Christian College, Hagubiao, National High School, UC Maine, LM, and Imitisi, and of course, UC Banilad. So after 1 minute, we're going to start our program. So sit back and relax. Once again, I would like to remind everyone to please turn off your microphone and, of course, to rename your Zoom account name to your institution first, then after that, your name. So, for example, UC-Chira Villar Hermosa. For your attendance, kindly register through our Zoom chat box and fill in the information needed. This will be one of our bases so we can provide you the e-certificate. And remember that after our event, we will provide you an evaluation form. So don't forget to answer and submit the evaluation form after the event. Lastly, be kind to your chats and comments. Please avoid any offensive words. Remember that today we are celebrating diversity and inclusion. All right, it's already 7:30 in the morning. Maayong buntag once again. Dobro utro, buenos dias, salamat pagi, günaydın. Good morning, friends. Let us settle down and start our Intercultural 2021 Day 2 with a prayer, national anthem, and University of Cebu hymn.
الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين.
Ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
We are gathered here to still celebrate cultural diversity and strengthen our internationalization at home programs. I am Chara Jane Micah Hermosa, and I will be your Master of Ceremonies for the day two of the Intercultural Fest 2021. And I am wearing a European inspired attire to fit in to our guests who are also wearing traditional attire today. To our friends in Zoom, register by clicking the link in the chat box provided by the organizers. We will have our Facebook Live at 9 in the morning. For now, we would like to invite everyone to join us in Zoom for our speakers today will share to us informative talks that will help us achieve our main objective, which is to strengthen and involve universities' internationalization capabilities and to develop our students' global competence through this intercultural fest. This event is made possible by Friends team, Friends volunteers headed by our MICE classes, Section B and C of the College of Tourism, Student Mobility Program, and our boot campers who will fly to Bulgaria very, very soon. To officially start our event this morning, let us hear a welcome message from the Dean of the College of Hospitality Management and College of Tourism, Dr. Rene Osorno.
On behalf of the University of Cebu College of Hospitality and Management, we would like to welcome you to Intercultural Team 2021. We opened the Bachelor of Science in Tourism in this campus, and since then it has produced international quality graduates. At present, we have our internationalization with the help of the Erasmus Plus of the university. On behalf of the University of Cebu College of Hospitality and Tourism Management, we would like to welcome you to this Intercultural Team 2021. 15 years ago, we opened the Bachelor of Science in Tourism in this campus, and since then it has produced international quality graduates. At present, we have our internationalization with the help of the Erasmus Plus France program, and together with our international partners, we will be able to offer you a world-class education. Again, we all welcome you and thank you very much for your attendance.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rene Osorno, for welcoming us and for sharing the story of our college student. Right now, we have around Let me check. We are around 348 participants or participating here in Zoom. Since day one, we are with our following friends from Istanbul Aydin University in Turkey, represented by Vice Director Ms. Ayse Deniz Uskan and Ms. Ipek Kaliser. Günaydın, Ms. IC and Ms. Ipek. Berjaya University College, Malaysia, Mr. Ronald Binati. Salesian University of Technology, Poland, Ms. Jolanta Fusyan, and Ms. Katarzyna Grudik. St. Louis University, Dr. Richelle Lamadrid. Bohol Island State University, Ms. Katlia Michon. Mactan National High School, Ms. Jen Lynn Dignos. Cebu Technological University, Danao. Cebu Technological University, San Francisco, Camotes. Southern Christian College, Hagubiao National High School, UC Maine, LM Imitisi, and UC Banilad College and Senior High School Department. And to all our friends all over the world, let us start listening to our meaningful talks by asking Miss Sheila Maika Agasita to introduce our first speaker for this session. All right, while waiting for Miss Sheila Mika Agasita, she will be flying to Bulgaria very soon this year, hopefully, when everything is already fine and we already have like not no more restricted borders in order for them to fly to Bulgaria. So she will be representing University of Cebu for the Bootcamp 2021.
Thank
Miss
you so
Sheila.
much for that, Shaira. Now, this time, okay, has been my greatest um, opportunity to introduce our first speaker for today. That is no other than Miss Stacy Danica Alcantara Garcia. So she is an artist, journalist, and diplomat. Before joining the Philippine Foreign Service, she traveled the Philippines extensively as a key accounts executive for two multinational companies and as a travel and lifestyle correspondent for various publications. In 2014, she passed and topped the Foreign Service Officers exam and subsequently joined the Philippine Foreign Service, where she currently serves as a Foreign Service Officer for one of our Philippine diplomatic missions abroad. She continues to pursue personal projects such as creating large format digital paintings, reviewing works of Philippine literature online, and transcoding selected works in Philippine literature into Baybayin. She will be launching her first collection of transcoded works this year. Ladies and gentlemen, the third secretary and vice consul embassy of the Philippines in London, Department of Foreign Affairs, Republic of the Philippines, Miss Consul Stacy Danica Garcia. A round of virtual applause, please.
Thank you very much, Sheila. So, maayong buntag sa inyong tanan, sa atong tanan, and good morning to our international participants. So, before I proceed with my talk, allow me to share my slides with you. Yeah. Okay, so I hope all of you see my slides. So once again, good morning to everyone. It's midnight here in the United Kingdom. So good morning, gihapon. First of all, I would like to thank UC Banilad for this wonderful opportunity to talk about two things that I love the most. And these are diplomacy and culture. So, innovations in transportation and communications technology have had a profound impact on both diplomacy and culture. People are traveling more in number and in frequency than ever before, in large part because moving from one place to another has become more convenient and it has also become more affordable these days. The explosion of social media, on the other hand, has given us many windows to the outside world. And in effect, it has also fueled people's desire to go beyond their country's borders to see and experience what is out there. I have not even mentioned the role that prevailing economic and political conditions have played in all of this, which has also become a factor for many to decide whether they will stay in their home countries or they will leave their home country. So now culture and diplomacy play a significant role in all of these. Diplomacy at its core is about building bridges, making friends, and keeping the peace, while culture on the other hand is the bridge on which is the building blocks on which that bridge is built on. Culture, it ignites conversation. And when people take an extra step towards understanding the culture of others on a deeper level, they begin to see that while they come from opposite poles, they are in fact more alike than different. So today, I would like to focus on the more practical aspects of diplomacy and culture because I'd like to show you why it is something for everyone and not just diplomats. It is something that everyone can and should take part in. I'll begin with how I stumbled into this field, diplomacy, what kind of work I do, or at least part of it, and why I think it matters. And then I will share with you some of my thoughts on how we can become more effective in telling the story of our country, of the Philippines to the world. So I became a diplomat accidentally around 6 years ago when I encountered a crossroads in my career. And I thought it was about time to try something new. I had no idea then that although I would be changing careers, I would never really depart from what I was passionate about. And these are culture, travel, and telling stories. So I moved to Cebu immediately after graduating from college and worked part time as a travel and lifestyle correspondent for some of the biggest media outlets in Cebu. And I continued doing so even if I already began working for a multinational company. So my work at a multinational company, as well as my work in journalism, required me to travel around the Philippines and Southeast Asia on an almost weekly basis in order to find new stories and new ways and new markets to sell our products. It was actually the combination of these two jobs that gave me the opportunity to get to know our country as well as our Southeast Asian neighbors on a much deeper level. Now, to do my job well, I was expected to live and interact with locals, to learn about their community, and to build long lasting relationships with them. So, if you think about it on a larger scale, you can say that this sounds like the job description of a diplomat. It was not always a comfortable, relaxing, or luxurious life. But I'd like to say that I learned so much in the short amount of time that I spent with these communities than what I could possibly learn from a semester or a year in school. These experiences gave me a chance to walk in someone else's shoes and to understand on a more profound level what culture stands for and why it matters so much in our lives. Culture is not just a manifestation of the arts, it is the totality of how we live, what we believe in, our relationship with ourselves, our community, others, and the world around us. It represents the structures that make or break us, that limit us or allow us to soar. It is our collective weakness and strength as a people. The experiences that I had the chance to embody, that I had the chance to live in, therefore made me realize two important things that to this day I continue to carry with me in my present work. First, I learned that poverty is not solely an economic phenomenon, but one that is deeply rooted in the culture of people. I've met some of the most intelligent, talented, and gifted people who've needed to work 100 times harder in order to escape from a culture that simply willed them to fail. On the other hand, I have also met some people who, despite starting with very little, are able to seize opportunities that came their way or create opportunities because the world around them, the culture surrounding them, celebrated and encouraged them to succeed. Second, and most importantly, my travels have shown me on a visceral level how painfully imperfect our world is. Therefore, those of us who have benefited so much from the existing systems that we live in have a great responsibility towards those whom this very system has forsaken. Prosperity cannot be limited to certain groups of people if we want it to be genuine. It must be shared by all. So after only 4 years, I decided it was time to move on and find work that I felt would give me a greater sense of purpose. In 2013, I did what was unthinkable to my parents, and I began looking for work again. A few months through my job hunting, one of my mentors, who at that time was a Philippine ambassador, encouraged me to take the Foreign Service Officers Exam or FSOE. Of course, I hesitated because I heard that the FSOE was one of the most difficult exams administered by the Philippine government. And also because when I reviewed the test coverage, I was not well versed in almost all of the topics covered. I decided to take the gamble, and so I reviewed independently in 2014, and I found out that fortunately I passed the exams. I eventually left Cebu and joined the Philippine Foreign Service a year after. The first office I was assigned to was the Office of Public Diplomacy, where I handled public and media affairs. This was an exciting and challenging assignment because I had the chance to transform the DFA's public information platforms in a way that made them more engaging and user friendly to people. By making these platforms, our website, social media, and other public information platforms more attractive and more user friendly, we do a better job in making important information and important stories more accessible and more interesting to a greater number of people, and in showing them why our work as diplomats is not disconnected with their daily lives. We show them in a very effective way why our work matters to their lives, why it connects with them. For example, while few people have heard or have truly understood the significance of the ASEAN community, many of you have already benefited from it when you are able to travel visa free to countries such as Thailand, Singapore, Indonesia, and Malaysia. I also enjoyed conceptualizing and implementing social media campaigns that highlighted the stories of our people and our culture. One of the most memorable campaigns we started was called Filipinos Around the World, which sought to show how diverse the profile of Filipinos are and how, through big and little ways, we have enriched the culture of the countries that we have come to call home. I also collaborated closely with journalists and reporters so they could help us spread the word about how we have been able to live up to our promises to the Filipino people and how Filipinos overseas have been excelling in what they do, especially in the area of culture and the arts. Because I previously worked for the media, as a field correspondent, it was easy to expand our network beyond Manila, beyond the capital city, so our stories could truly gain a national audience. So when I left for my assignment in London 2 years after, I was more than happy to be given the same portfolio, public diplomacy, even if it was only a little over a year. London is a great city, overflowing with opportunities for cultural diplomacy. So I felt like a kid in a candy store and worked tirelessly in my enthusiasm and my excitement to champion Philippine excellence in one of the greatest places on earth. During my stint, I focused on getting to know our cultural resources in the UK and Ireland and forging partnerships with cultural institutions in both countries, such as museums, galleries, and libraries. Talking to them about Philippine culture was challenging because they knew very little about us. And that is the truth. This surprised me because the oldest record of Filipinos migrating to the United Kingdom, which was then Great Britain, stretched as far back as the 18th century. I made friends with curators, directors, and those who dictated the tastes in their society with the goal and with a hope that we could increase Philippine representation in this country, in this part of the world. One experience I found remarkable was that many of those I spoke with from libraries and literary institutions were actually surprised to know that many of our books, poems, and literary works are written in English. Many of them were surprised that Filipinos spoke good English. I was not at all taken aback by this. I saw it instead as an opportunity to give Philippine literature a more global audience and to give it a spotlight in this part of the world. So I focused on building relationships and partnerships because promoting culture, getting people to become interested in it and to love it eventually is a slow burn. While seasonal cultural performances remain important and a standard part of the repertoire, they were expensive to stage and were therefore few and far in between. This meant that after the initial hype and excitement of a performance, people stopped talking about it. So their impact was, in a sense, quite limited. For cultural diplomacy to make an impact, the efforts have to be enduring and they have to be sustained. Culture also doesn't often get the lion's share of the budget. So there was also an added challenge of doing more with less. And the good thing was that I was always very inspired when I am asked to make something out of nothing. I was also quite encouraged by the openness of non Filipinos to learn more about us. So I'll show you another slide which depicts our exhibition, our pop up exhibit in one of the universities featuring the different faces of the Filipino. I found it very rewarding when our conversations would drift towards where our cultures intersected, where it overlapped, where it diverged, because this manifested a deeper kind of understanding. And this also meant that they were interested to learn more about us. I felt that was important in influencing the way others regard us. And if there is anything we want the most, it is for others to regard us with both dignity and respect. However, introducing our culture to non Filipinos was only one side of the coin. The other aspect involved promoting our culture to fellow Filipinos overseas, especially those who were born and raised outside the Philippines. It was important to reacquaint older generations with our culture because they are their children's first teachers of Philippine culture. Our people are also our de facto cultural ambassadors since they live and work with host country citizens on a daily basis. It is therefore important that they represent our culture well, and that begins by taking to heart the struggles of our people through history and becoming more aware of our cultural diversity. So, there are three ways I thought we could achieve these goals. The first one is by increasing Philippine representation in museums, galleries, and libraries overseas. People love to hang out in these cultural spaces. So it is important for us to make sure that we are where our audience is. While we are relatively at the cusps, at the beginning, at the nascent stage of promoting our culture to the world, we need to be the first to reach out and make sure we are seen and heard. Second, we need to reconnect younger generations of Filipinos with Philippine culture. Filipinos are already well integrated and assimilated in foreign societies, for example, in British and Irish societies. When I traveled around British and Irish universities to meet with Filipino students, many of who were already born and raised in the UK or Ireland. Many of them knew very little about the other half, the Filipino half of their identity, and they craved to reconnect with it. They wanted to know more about it. Many of them no longer spoke any Filipino language. So reconnecting with their Filipino roots was important because they will be representing our culture for the rest of their lives. And they will be telling the story of our people to others because, in the eyes of the host country population, in the eyes of non Filipinos, these kids will always be Filipino. Third, opening doors for Filipino artists to present their work, perform, or to study in the United Kingdom. There is so much support for culture and the arts in the United Kingdom. That's one thing that I realized when I came here, which means there is a space for everyone to perform and to showcase his or her art. Cultural events in the UK, regardless of their size, often draw the eyes of the world, making this place a truly global stage. Our country is overflowing with talent that I felt required a larger audience. What we needed were more opportunities to get our artists here to perform and to present their art and to champion Philippine excellence in this part of the world. So it was my pleasure to be among those who opened these doors and prepared the way for our artists. Among my last projects was to showcase the work of Philippine designers and artisans during London Fashion Week, one of the big four fashion weeks around the world, and to co organize a fashion show at the House of Lords. This was a wonderful opportunity, not only to show them the excellence of our designers, but also to show them the quality of Philippine textiles, the quality and diversity of Philippine textiles. And if there's any aspect where the Philippines and the UK can connect very easily, it is on the aspect of fashion. It's in particular on the aspect of fabrics and textiles, which also has a very long heritage in the United Kingdom. I'm quite happy and proud to say that despite the limited time I was given to take on this role, we had made Philippine culture a lot less invisible than it was before. There were so many things I learned from these experiences. So I would also like to share with you some ideas. I'd like to throw some ideas at the table on what I feel our country needs in order to keep pushing the goalpost farther in truly becoming a cultural powerhouse. The first one is free entry to museums, galleries, and libraries. This was one of the most successful experiments done by the United Kingdom to completely eliminate entrance fees across all their public museums, galleries, and libraries. I know that in the Philippines, we have already taken strides to do this. There have been efforts to do this already. But The initiative has to be carried out beyond the major cities and even to museums in the rural areas. These institutions are windows to the past and a repository of cultural knowledge. They play an important role in the continuing cultural education of our people. What is the use of all these exhibits and displays if the people they are meant to educate, they are meant to impart knowledge to, will not be able to access them? Second, we need more libraries and independent bookshops. This is to encourage the spread of knowledge and to encourage and cultivate a culture of reading, especially in the areas outside of the major cities and outside of the capital city. It is tempting, of course, to just dump everything in the internet. But we cannot just do that for obvious reasons, including the lack of strong internet and telecommunications infrastructure at the moment. So we need our people to have access to good printed material, to quality books that will be able to open their minds and broaden their perspective of the world. Apart from libraries, independent bookshops also play an important role in promoting local authors and in shaping literary taste. There is already a growing movement supporting Filipiniana throughout the country and even outside of the country's borders. But there is so much more that still needs to be done. I've been to so many places in our country, and I am always surprised and a bit disheartened whenever I stumble upon a place that has a dearth of or that doesn't have any independent bookshops, because it tells you so much about how that place promotes knowledge, how that place values literature, how it values culture and the arts. Next, teach drama, art, and music. Too many schools do not accord the same value to drama, art, and music as they do the maths and sciences. I know this kind of mindset begins at home, and I have personally experienced it when I was ridiculed by some relatives for wanting to pursue a career in the arts. I'm glad I did not cave in to that peer pressure. I want to say that courses in culture and the arts cannot be ignored because these are vital in allowing diverse cultures to thrive and in instilling a stronger sense of national pride in our people. More scholarships, this goes without saying that more scholarships also need to be offered in the arts. So a career in culture and the arts can be made accessible to anyone, to everyone, regardless of their background. In relation to that, we also need to pay our writers, our actors, and our artists well. Fair compensation for artists. In relation to the previous point, there is little to be gained if our artists do not have a viable career. When I say artists and actors, I am not talking about your mainstream artistas who earn way too much, but I am talking about the greater number of writers, of actors, of artists who continue to struggle and who continue to try to find fair compensation for the work that they are doing. I know many talented artists who place their passion on the back seat, on the back burner, because it does not bring food to the table. The responsibility in paying our artists right for the value they produce, for their contributions in strengthening and in diversifying our culture, it is a responsibility that must be shared by everyone. On the part of the government, I'd like to think that the role government plays in this is to help provide proper funding schemes or by organizing artistic villages and to enable artists to live in some of the big cities to enable artists to live at an affordable rate while still pursuing their art. Finally, let's talk about local culture. Not all cultural institutions should solely be concentrated in the capital city. Opportunities to access and showcase culture, it needs to be spread out throughout the country, throughout the archipelago. This also gives local communities, a chance to participate and to highlight their local culture in relation to the elements of culture that define us on a national scale. You will notice by now that many of the ideas I threw on the table embody a very local dimension. And that is because a strong, sustainable cultural diplomacy program, it has to start from within. It has to start from within us and from within our country. It has to start from each of us. And I'd like to say that we are our country's cultural ambassadors. We cannot play this role well if we know so little of what we are supposed to represent. Further, a country's overseas community, its diaspora community, is the world's first point of contact with their home country's culture. When people of different nationalities meet, one of the first things they talk about and notice is culture, which means those who travel, live, study, and work overseas are our country's de facto cultural ambassadors. 10%. Around 10% of the Philippines' population are comprised is overseas, and that does not account for those who engage in short-term travel such as tourists. This figure does not account those who have already changed their citizenship. This figure does not account for Filipinos already born overseas. That means we have at least 10 million 10 million Filipinos who represent Philippine culture and values and who, internationally or not, teach our culture to others outside of Philippine borders. This underscores the importance of making sure that our people know our culture well so they can tell our story to the rest of the world in the best way that they can and the most realistic yet positive way that they can. All this exposure to culture begins from childhood. It begins at home, it is nourished in school, and within the community, within our community. That is why it is so important for society, not just the government, but the whole of society, to create an enabling environment for culture and the arts to thrive. So this is the end of my talk. I'd like to hand you back to the moderator, and I'm ready to take questions if there are any. Daghang salamat.
Thank you so much, Consul Stacy. It was really informative and inspiring. And a lot of students were actually very interested to have that career very soon after they graduate. All right, so let me just check. We're around already 500 students,
Wow.
right? Actually, yesterday it's around 1,000, including the audience of our Facebook Live. So right now we have a good number of questions. Please allow me to ask the first question, Miss Stacy. Many
Sure.
students are interested about foreign service. May we know what are the basic requirements in order for them to have that career in the near future?
Mm-mm. Yes, so I was expecting at least someone to ask that question. Um, the first requirement for you to be able to join the Philippine Foreign Service is to take the Foreign Service Officers exam. And the good news is that it is not limited to a particular course or major. So, for example, There are a lot of people like me in the Philippine Foreign Service who do not have an international relations background. We even have colleagues who graduated from with a degree in nursing or a degree in zoology, for example. And that's the beauty about the Foreign Service. We welcome all talents. But before you can become part of the Philippine Foreign Service, you have to take the Foreign Service Officers exam. This exam, it is usually composed of 5 stages. So you have the qualifying stage, the qualifying exam. If you pass that, you are able to proceed to the preliminary interview. If you pass the preliminary interview, you proceed with the written exam, which is somewhat the highlight of the FSOE because it is, I think, one of the most difficult stages. The written exam includes an exam in foreign language. And if you make it through the written exam, there is a psychological exam. And the last stage is an oral exam, which is divided into 3 different tests. The first one, at least based from my experience, the first one is a debate. So you will be organized into groups and you will debate among other examinees who make it through that stage. There is also a panel interview. And the last stage is an exam on public speaking and social graces. So you will simulate a diplomatic gala. And each of the examinees will be asked to deliver a dinner speech. The trick there is that you do not know when you are supposed to speak during the program, during the dinner program. So someone will just tap your shoulder to tell you that it's your turn to speak. So that FSOE, ang FSOE, the Foreign Service Officers Exam, you need to take that exam in order to become a Foreign Service Officer. And that sets you up for a track to become, many years later, into an ambassador.
Thank you so much, Miss Stacy. That was very informative. Another question. All right.
Mm,
So, why do you think young generation now in the
mm,
Philippines are more enticed to Korean and Western styles today? Is there something
mm.
wrong with the country's promotion of our culture?
That's a very good question. So, first of all, I'd like to think that countries such as Korea, for example, or the United Kingdom and the United States, in their own way, they are also very successful in their cultural diplomacy and their public diplomacy programs on the side of the government. And you actually really see a teamwork between the government, the public sector, and their arts and culture sector that is independent from the government. You have artists, and they are being supported by the government. I know, for example, the South Korean government is very supportive of their arts, and they're very serious when it comes to public diplomacy. The thing with public diplomacy efforts is that in order for it to be far reaching, it also needs a lot of government support. Now, if I compare it with our situation in the Philippines, I'd like to think that technically there is nothing wrong with the material that we have. We have a very good culture. If I talk about it in marketing parlance, we have a very good product. But there is a huge opportunity for us in terms of marketing that product well. And it begins by having a coordinated strategy. That is, at least from my perspective, from my observation, having been a part of this organization for the past 6 years. I think that if we are able to engage more with our partners, collaborate more with the private sector, for example, and have more investments in promoting our culture and in making sure that it is promoted in a way that clicks with the younger generation, it could go farther. For example, I've seen how a lot of people in our generation, the younger generation, are really craving for access to good books written by Filipino authors. But I'm also seeing a gap in terms of the distribution and the presence of bookshops, independent bookshops, for example, libraries in areas outside of Metro Manila. If that, for example, will be addressed, and we will give younger generations, not just younger generations but everyone, more access to touch points of our culture, then I think there would be a lot of improvement. So I think it's a matter of access. That is something that really spells the difference between the efforts of different countries. It's access to culture.
Thank you so much, Miss. Another question is that during the time when you were a student,
Mm.
with your achievements from being Miss Suleiman to being awarded at the Malacanang as one of the 10 outstanding students of the Philippines, how did you handle the pressure around you?
I didn't think about the pressure when I did these things. When I embarked on these endeavors, for example, I did it because I wanted to do it, not because, let's say, I was pressured by my parents to excel or to get good grades. So I think I've been very lucky in having parents who do not pressure me at all. So they are the kinds of parents who just let us do what we want. And it just so happened that these are some of the things I like to do. I like to try different things. I wasn't really pressured when it comes to, let's say, for example, staying at the top of the rankings, because there were other things that I found more important. And although some people's opinions mattered in one way or another, I'm just not the kind of person who really takes those things too seriously.
Wow, that's very great, Miss Stacy. And to all our audience, do you have any other questions so that Miss Stacy can actually sleep? It's almost 1 a.m. there. Please send us a message through the chat box. Oh, there is none. I think the question is pretty clear to them. So thank you very much, Consul Garcia. Now, I would like to present the certificate of appreciation from University of Cebu Banilad. Um, Wait a minute. All right. So, certificate of appreciation is given to Miss Stacy Danica Alcantara Garcia for sharing her knowledge as a guest speaker in celebrating of Intercultural Fest 2021 with the theme Celebrating Cultural Diversity and Strengthening Internationalization at Home, held uh, held on March 19, 2021, given this 19th day of March 2021 during the Intercultural Fest 2021. Thank you so much, Miss Garcia. So it's not every day that we can have Consul Garcia with us. So let us have group
Thank
photo.
you.
Yes, it's all right, Miss. Okay.
Sure.
So everyone, please open your camera so we can see your beautiful smile. All right. For the documentation team, let's take a picture. 1, 2, 3, smile. 1, 2, 3, graciously smile. The other slide again. 1, 2, 3, smile. All right. Thank you so much, Miss Garcia,
Thank
and to
you.
everyone with us today. So,
Salamat and maayong
salamat,
buntag sa
Miss.
tanan.
Right. Thank you, everyone, especially those students who are also wearing traditional attire too, as we celebrate diverse culture. I really love my attire today. It's a Spanish inspired costume as we celebrate the quincentennial anniversary of Christianity, the first officially recorded contact of Filipinos to our European friends. So much with that trivia. Let us move on to award our winners. By the way, we are now starting after like how many minutes? Like it's 15 minutes. We are starting our Facebook Live for our Facebook audience. So one of the competitions we have is the cultural dance. The selection committee, our UC Friends team, with the following criteria: originality and creativity 35%, execution 30%, overall performance that is 20%, musicality to 15% with a total of 100%. Our winners in the third placement will receive an e-certificate, and top two will receive swag items prepared by Miss Tina Hernaiz Gomez. Let us watch the, maybe we cannot watch it right now, but later on we will watch the videos for them. So our third placer, 3B, Colombia Cultural Dance, section 3B. So congratulations. So let me read the citation first. So certificate of recognition is given to 3B Colombia Cultural Dance for winning third place in the cultural dance competition, given this March 19, 2021 during the Intercultural Fest 2021. Congratulations, everyone. Next will be our second placer. Are you guys excited? Yeah, I'm so excited to see who are the winners. 3A, Bhutan Cultural Dance. With the same citation again, congratulations, everyone. For our first placer, our winner, our champion. Ta-da-da! Next slide, please. All right. For our first placer, we have 3A Bhutan Cultural Dance. Certificate of recognition is given to 3A Bhutan Cultural Dance for winning first place in the cultural dance competition in celebration of Intercultural Fest 2021 held on March 19, 2021 during the Intercultural Fest 2021. All right. So we are done with our winners. By the way, our UC Friends team is headed by Dean Ophelia G. Manya. Team members are Ms. Tina Hernaiz Gomez, Institutional Project Coordinator, Mr. Francis Lian Abayata, Mr. Nino Ardiza, Mr. Sider Alexis Orais, Mr. Ariel J. Alcala, Ms. Evelyn Lopez, Ms. Cara Pino. Sorry for that sound. This time, I would like to give our virtual stage to Ms. Nuavin Rameso to introduce our speaker who will share about the land of Ascending Dragon, Vietnam. Miss Rameso. So by the way, Miss Rameso will also be flying to Bulgaria with our other three boot campers. So she will represent UC to Bulgaria. But before before we will have our second speaker, before I'll forget, let me actually have our video first. Let me show you the videos. So while waiting, no, this will be the video. Right, now we will watch the second placer of our cultural dance. While waiting, I would like to acknowledge the presence of Professional Academy of the Philippines, NAGA, and Cebu Technological University main campus, represented by Dr. Ronald Galindo, and Miss Doris Gascon. apologies for the technical problem. Now we are going to present our first placer for the cultural dance competition. But before we will start, I would like to acknowledge the presence of University of San Jose Recoletos. Hello, friends. Thank you so much for joining us today. While waiting, I would like also to acknowledge the presence of Istanbul Aydin University in Turkey, represented by Vice Director Ms. IC Denise Uskan and Ms. Ipek Kaliser.
Dance embodied both historical and cultural values of a country. Bhutan has a rich and unique cultural heritage. Bhutanese songs and dances are very distinctive. Bhutanese people uses them in every aspect of life, for rituals, celebrations, socialization, and expressing their core knowledge and experience back. Intercultural Day gives us the opportunity to learn more about different cultures and traditions. This gives us the privilege to showcase our talents. To everyone out there, may we see the value of unity as we take part in this wide range of activities that celebrate diversity. Through this, we can share our similarities and celebrate our differences. Thank you everyone, keep safe, and God bless us all.
Congratulations to our winners for the cultural dance competition. And I'm very, happy to see those videos. It's very interesting also to learn dances from other countries. This time, I would like to give our virtual stage to Miss Nuavin Rameso to introduce our speaker who will share about the land of ascending dragon, Vietnam.
Thank
Well,
you
Miss,
so much.
all right, good morning, Miss Rameso.
Yeah, good morning. All right, so our next speaker is a native of Vietnam and she got married last summer to the man of her dreams. She is a yoga therapist that specializes in spine, neck, and shoulder pain problems. She is also pastries and cake lover. In fact, she created her own company, the Ban Con Bon Santé, famous for unfit or healthy pastries. She loves nature and animals too. And I seek her, a marketer of Unilever Vietnam, and have visited the Philippines during her stint as the Goodwill Youth Ambassador in SSEAYP 2015. Our very creative yoga therapist, Unilever marketer, and ambassador of Goodwill, Miss Boythidan Ann. A round of virtual claps, please.
Hello everyone. Can you hear me clear?
Loud and clear.
Thank you so much for the invitation and nice to meet you guys. Hello, xin chào from Việt Nam. Mình là Đan Anh, rất vui được gặp các bạn. I have just used my Vietnamese to say some greetings to you, which means hello from Vietnam. My name is Dan Anh. Nice to meet you guys today. So for my presentation, you just type in the chat, and I will see any questions or anything to interact. We can discuss later on at the end of my sharing. Okay? May we start now? I have to share my screen, right? I will share my screen right now, right?
Yes,
Yes.
Miss Dana. Yes.
Okay. Okay, I will start now to share with you some information, some thoughts, some feeling of a young person like me about Vietnam. I know you guys are, all of you are young, so I try to make the presentation as young as possible in a very interesting and useful information and up-to-date information about Vietnam culture. So it is useful for you and you can use it right away. It's not like historical or like long time ago. I try to make it updated. Oh, so here is a very brief information about me that the host already introduced, but I just want to show you some picture. Uh, can I click or you will be the one who click? Can I click by myself?
Yeah, Miss Dana. Please.
Um, why I cannot click on? Hmm. Um, kind of weird. Maybe because of the internet. So here I say that I love nature and love animals. You will see in the picture in the left corner. This is my husband, my mom, my younger sister, and my two cats. I- In the right, you may see I go travel. I really love to travel in the place where I can see the sun, I can feel the wind, and hear the water from the beach or from the stream. Below on the right is my tarts. Thousand layer tarts from KFC, but we make it in a very different way. We use whole wheat and we use fresh ingredient, low fat and sugar free. So to have young women can enjoy the satisfaction of eating cake, but without worrying about their weight. Next to that is my yoga student. As I'm a yoga therapist, I use yoga to fix the spine and fix the neck and shoulder pain problem. So I normally stand like behind the people to look at their spine. And finally is the photos. I think it's 5 or 6 years ago when I first visit Philippines that time when I was an Isaacer, and later on 2015 I also visit Cebu the second time when I participate in CF. Hope you guys know these two program and organization is really good for students. This is some history events. I will go really quick. And before 1883, we are colonized and we have war with the Chinese. Very long time. 1883 to 1945, we colonized by the French. And these two bold day, I bolded. So you have to remember when you talk about Vietnam, you have to remember about the 2nd of September 1945, our Independence Day. That time we become the Democratic Republic of Vietnam and we form Hanoi capital. But unlucky that later on we are colonized by the French again with the support of the US and the British. Then 1954 is the Bien Phu battle. This is very big battle and very big win that the whole world acknowledged about us. We signed the Geneva Agreement, then the French withdraw. After that, we signed Paris Agreement, the US withdraw. And finally, on 30th of April 1975, the Fall of Saigon events. This is our second biggest day to celebrate this day. From that time, we are like totally independent. Then 1976, we changed the country name to Socialist Republic of Vietnam, and we changed from Saigon, which is a French word, to Ho Chi Minh City. That is why when you come to Ho Chi Minh, you may hear that we are both Ho Chi Minh City and both Saigon. Okay. And this is the history through the youth eyes. You may see this is the whole generation right now in Vietnam. Baby boomer is our grandparents. Gen X is our parents. Gen Y is the millennial. This is us. And this is you, or you may become to the Gen Z. And last is Gen Alpha. You know, the Vietnam culture is really different from these five generations. You may see that from the baby boomer, they give birth to Gen X, and Gen X give birth to Gen Y and Gen Z. Like my younger sister is Gen Z, and I am Gen Y. Then later on, when I have children, they will be Gen Alpha. They are my children. So Gen Y give birth to Gen Alpha. What how does it relate to Vietnam culture? You know, the baby boomer, they live in history, they deal with the war. This photo is from the Minh Phu battle, and because the living condition is very difficult, they have to eat rice mixed with sweet potato, because sweet potato is cheap, and rice that time is like pearl, it's like jewelry when you have rice. And they don't have much meat, pork and beef, chicken. That is why, which leads to nowadays, when you come to Vietnam, you may find that the grandparents or the parents will invite you to eat a lot of meat, a lot of pork, chicken, beef, shrimp, seafood, anything related to protein, because in their time they don't have it to eat. So they think it's really treasure. Gen X, the earlier of Gen X is our is our parents also live in the war, but that time they are quite small. They not really feel the war, but their living condition also difficult. That is why they spend more time to work in the office that under control of the government. And this leads to a culture when parents told us to work in the government in order to have a safe income and to have stability in life. They believe like that. But coming to Gen Y, you may see the photos I put here is the wedding, right? That is my wedding. And we go crazy in our wedding nowadays. It's not like traditional. We hold a flower and we walk into the hall and we say hi and we smile to everyone. We we adopt some Western culture. Like for my wedding, the table is like around, and we have a dance day in the middle. Me and my husband has the first dance together, and this kind of thing is new in Vietnam, and it's emerging just I guess 2 years ago. Western style wedding like that. What's that mean? Gen Y, we have more condition. We are luckier. We can go abroad. We study abroad. We have we have growth mindset, and we have global mind, global thinking. The picture on the right is Haley Tong. You may heard or hear about her. She's 1995, which is only 25 years old, but she's a very young person, but she care about the nature, care about the poor people. She has 3 company related to this field, and she already started this company and it's run really smoothly 4 or 5 years ago already, which means at the age of 20, she already has the business related to environment, related to the poor people, to support poor people in remote area of Vietnam, which means Gen Y millennials are very updated, very trendy, and very, I think they very fast. So our parents cannot get what we think and cannot get what we do while you dance in the wedding. No, you cannot dance in a wedding, something like that. But at the same time, because of that, we really modern and we have the more responsibility for the world, like what Haley Tong has does. On the below photos are the photos of a kid playing with the ball, with a small ball like this. I don't know whether you have it, but which means this generation still playing outside, playing in the crowd, like tent, camping, playing with the rope outside. And nowadays, people are more looking at the phone. They go to coffee shop or movie for leisure time. But for our generation, we're still playing outside, going outside and explore the world, explore the environment, explore the living be around us. Next to that is the mì trẻ em, which means the broken instant noodle. This is very, very, very famous. If you come to Vietnam and you bring this together, or you find a way to buy this to show your older friend like around my age or my parents, they really surprised because now this kind of disappear in the market already. That time we go to school and always have this as a snack while teacher teaching. We sit on the back and we eat this kind of broken instant noodle. And because we more modern and more trendy, we get used to traveling. The idea of traveling in order to get more knowledge, to feel the people, to hear more story. This is from our generation. But for our parents, they are living in the hard time, right? They work in the office of the government to have a safe income and stability. They see that traveling is kind of like luxurious. And for the rich people who have time and have a lot of money, they don't have to do anything, so they go travel. That is why last time when I convinced my mom to go to Singapore just for a trip to explore, and I take like half of a year to convince her to go to Singapore, and I already paid all, but she refused to go. She said, "Oh, I can go to Singapore via the TV, like just see the screen, and I know what happened there." Coming to Gen Z, they are like in their teenage right now, so they don't really have much responsibility for the society. They love K-pop, US, UK music. They love something related to entertainment and a little bit lazy to study. This is the Gen Z is like kind of in the middle right now. Below the photos is Sơn Tùng MTP. You may heard about him. He's 1994, only 26, but 3 years ago, he's already become famous and he has his own company. He also wins some award related to music around Asia, and his music can come to 100 Billboard, which is really like our proud of Vietnam because he is young, he has talent. Finally, is Gen Alpha will be my children later on or the children of my friend. This generation is really, really lucky, and the culture of the family, the modern family, young family right now is to leave room for the kids to grow their potential. Rather than for us, parents force us to work in the government, force us to do this, to do that, to become a doctor, a lawyer, a teacher. But for Gen Alpha, they face with everything. They experience everything, and the parents learn from Western knowledge to grow a kid. So parents allow them to go outside, go farming, go fishing, and play with dogs and cats. Before, like my parents, in Vietnam right now there is a trend related to pets. Gen Y like us, I think 90% have a pet at home. I also have two cats and one corgi, but when we bring it home, my parents say no, no cats, no dog, no cats, no dog, like that. But like 4 months later, you will find a picture like my mom hold a cat like this and I love you, like something like that. Because in Gen Y, they only care about their feeding, their food. They don't really care about this kind of thing around. But for us, we already updating, and we love animals. We bring animals together, even sleep behind us and sleep next to our children. So that's very I think it's a holistic view of Vietnam through the youth eyes. You may get some useful information, especially when you come to Vietnam. You know this. Next thing about our people, our country is like the S shape like this, and we have three parts. The first is the north, central, and the south. In the north, they are famous for mountainous area, and like the space to live is quite small, especially in Hanoi. So Hanoi is an ancient city. You may see the picture here, a girl in Ao Dai, really conservative and cautious. They may say something that, yes, I agree, oh yeah, yeah, but inside they may feel different. They may not agree with you, but outside they may, oh yeah, agree, something like that. This is the way, the culture of Hanoi people. And here, because the city is small but really crowded of people, so some are aggressive, especially when you come to the old quarter. You may find the seller is really aggressive to buy thing. If you don't buy thing, and then like, oh, go away, something like that. Coming to Da Nang is a beach city, and it's really peaceful. So people here, you may see in the picture, they quite generous, friendly, they really kind and calm, they mild and they soft, and they have a slow rhythm of life. It's like a river, it's just like that every day. Go to work, coffee, talk with people, like that. It's not like Hanoi, it's really different. Coming to the south is our city. This city is the most developed city in Vietnam, and we adopt a lot of various culture from every country in the world coming to Ho Chi Minh City. So we are more modern, we trendy, not really aggressive, but we really straightforward. We say what we think and we do what we say, like that. And especially only in Ho Chi Minh City, you may find people really friendly and generous. There is a situation like this. My parents can adopt a stranger to be his son or daughter. Like that stranger could be the staff of the local government. She's young and she's like often come here to sign the paper with the residents around, something like that. She's kind. So our parents like call her a daughter, like that. And you can live. She can sleep here, take a nap at my home for a while, and then come back to her work. And she is actually a stranger. So that kind of how to say behavior of in communication, you may find it in Ho Chi Minh City. They're really friendly and hospitality. But in Hanoi, no. In Hanoi, it's really weird when you are so close to a stranger like that. They are conservative and cautious. Remember that. Coming to cuisine, what to eat in Vietnam. This is always the best topic to share. In the north, as I told you before, we are famous for mountainous area. So, coming to Hanoi first. Hanoi is famous for noodles, all kind of noodles, pho, pork noodle, bún đậu is tofu noodle, bún cá is fish noodle, and bún dọc mùng, what kind of vegetable noodles. Coming to dessert, they famous for caramel and sweets, especially mango sweet and durian sweet. Why we have the caramel here? You know this is the flan cake, and it's from France. We have flan cake here because we have been colonized by the France long time ago, right? So some kind of cuisine is a mix. And finally, from Hanoi, when you visit here, you have to try egg coffee from Cafe Yang. Yang, he is the founder of this kind of coffee. He passed away already, but his family still keep doing this kind of coffee. Imagine when you come to Hanoi, it's cool outside when you visit in autumn or in winter. Then inside a very small and ancient coffee shop, you eat the egg coffee. It's tasty, it's creamy a bit on top and mixed with the bitter smell of coffee below, which is really a great combination. Coming a little bit up to Vietnam, near this is China, and this is the mountainous area of Vietnam, and this is Hanoi. So look at the map, you may see the the this area is the western north of Vietnam, famous, very famous for grilled mountain meat and cơm lam. Cơm lam is the bamboo rice. They have the bamboo, they find it in the mountain, then they put the rice inside, then they grill it. Why they have this? Because they often go to the mountain long for a long days to find wood or to find mountain meats. They go like 7 days or 2 weeks and then they come home. So during their time, they need to prepare the food, and this kind of making, put the rice in the bamboo. When they want to eat, they just grill it up, heaten it, and then they broke it like this. So you may see in the picture, they open the bamboo and the rice inside is safe for it and ready to eat along the way. Coming a little bit down to the center of Vietnam, as I told you before, in Da Nang, people is kind, friendly, they might and have a slow rhythm of life, really peaceful, serenity. So this kind of noodle and pork roll is, I believe, is coming from that kind of lifestyle because they slow and they enjoy life a lot. So this kind of food you have to eat like you have the rice paper, you put pork, you put vegetable, you put noodles, you roll it by yourself, and then you dim in the fish sauce. So this kind of meal may take 1.5 hours to 2 hours. So people enjoy sitting together, chit chat, and rolling, dipping the sauce, and eat together. So this kind of food really go along well with that kind of culture of Da Nang. A little bit downward to the south, we have the southern central of Vietnam. This area is famous for seafood because you will see on the east side of Vietnam, we are covered by the beach, by the sea. So they famous for fish noodle, and it's different from the fish noodle of Hanoi. Fish noodle in the southern central like Nha Trang, Phan Thiết, Quy Nhơn, the soup is really transparent and no color transparent. It's just like water, but it's really sweet because this kind of fish in this area is very famous for their muscle, their muscle, and that is why their meat is really sweet. So when you use it to cook the fish noodle, the water, the soup is transparent and clear, but the taste is really sweet and it's the natural sweet. Coming down to Vietnam, you may have heard about Phú Quốc. That is an island, so we have to fly. They're famous for seafood. Next to it is Mekong Delta. You may heard about this. Any foreigner coming to Vietnam, they have to visit Mekong Delta because it's unique. You may find here famous for fruits, durian, coconut, and especially palm tree. They make the Palmyra nectar. That is also an export product, very famous and contains a lot of vitamins for human. Finally, our city, Saigon, Ho Chi Minh City, famous for broken rice with grilled pork and dimmed with fish sauce. Street food, when you come to Ho Chi Minh City, you have to try some street food. They just sit on the street, or right now they have some kind of restaurant specialized for street food because street food is a kind of culture of our city already. Like rice paper, they mix with oil, salt, mango, green mango, and quail egg. Another thing is the milk coop squid, chè hút mạch. They we make it from milk and cream with gelatin. Then we cut it into the cube like this. Saigon always hot. People in Saigon we have a joke like Saigon has two seasons, the hot season and the hotter season. Different from Hanoi and Da Nang, they have four seasons. In Saigon, we only have hot season. Actually, it's the rainy season and the hot season. But right now, because of the climate change, we always feel hot. So this kind of meal cooked sweet, chè hút bạch, really tasty and suitable for this kind of weather, really hot. Yay! And this is the festival. I know in Philippines you have a lot of festival, right? And it's like colorful with powder or something like that. I really love it. But in Vietnam, we also have various type of festival. Traditional one is Hùng King Festival. You know, long time ago, we have an era of Hùng King, king and queen and like that. So we still celebrate this kind of culture right now. We have Buffalo Battle, Đà Lạt Flower is a highland area of Vietnam famous for flower, and Đà Nẵng International Fireworks every 2 years or every year, I don't remember, but every country in the world coming to Da Nang. It's a beach city, a peaceful city to play fireworks. And this kind of festival is the emerging festival nowadays. The young people enjoy to go to concerts as well as some health activity like Ho Chi Minh Run, Ironman also come to Vietnam, and marathon. They also enjoy those kind of athlete activity like color me run, running combined with entertainment. They run for the whole day, they play with color powder, and at night they have a concert to celebrate. And last one is those kind of fashion mixed with culture, fashion and culture festival. For example, áo dài festival. You may find the color and the design of the festival is more modern, more complicated, more dedication here. Okay, that is festival. And how about the special occasion? We have special occasion the whole year. My friend from other country, they come here like for some years to work, and I say, I have never been to any country that have that a lot special occasion like your country. You may find that we take some holiday off for Tet, and we take some holiday off for the summer. We have some holiday off for September in autumn. Then we have some celebrate holiday off for winter, and then Tet again. Like the whole year, we have a lot of holiday. The first one is traditional Tet. Second, traditional Tet may be in in January or February. Then on March we have Women's Day. This is the photos when in office they often celebrate Women's Day. They create events for the women working in the office. Next to that is on May we have Mother's Day and we have Father's Day. Independence Day on our 30th of July, 30th of April, and we combined it with 1st of May. This is the International Labor Day, and our Independence Day is on September. Remember, 2nd of September. In this day, we normally will hang our flag. Any home have to hang the flag. So this is the red color cover the whole town, cover the whole city. When you come to Vietnam, any region from the north to the south will do this, and it's red on the street, red in any corner of the city. Really beautiful. Then mid autumn. In mid autumn, our culture is to help people, especially help the kids. Um, Mid autumn is the season when Vietnam like has a lot of volunteer and like charity activity to help the kid have mm, I mean some fun memories to celebrate, especially the poor and those kids who live in the live in remote area and their parents already passed away, something like that. Again, we have another Women's Day on 20th of October. I have to put it here because you may see that a lot of holiday, right? Already have Women's Day, but we create another Vietnam Women's Day. We Our culture is to remember women. You know, in the past when we are still in the war time, woman is the very strong one who can go to the battle to support the men, as well as can do all kind of thing at home to organize their family in order for her husband to go into the front to do any strong work, and she is the one behind to do all kind of thing behind, from like take care of family, take care of children, go to work, take care of the relationship, like that. That is why we have another day to celebrate women. Teachers Day on 20th of November. And finally, this is like any time in the year when we have football game, especially some big football game, we win, and the young people, even family, they have like a big car. They go on a big car and they use our flag to go on the street, and we use the horn to celebrate. So you may search the word đi bảo. I put it here, DIBAO. In Vietnam, Bảo mean storm, like we make storm to celebrate Vietnam win the football game. So on the streets, we wear our traditional red color, and we use the flag, and everyone going to the street on their motorbike. And you may see the pictures like this, like millions people are on the street at the same time for the whole Vietnam. It's red, the whole Vietnam. Yeah. We are really close to nearly at the end of the presentation already, and we're coming to traditional attire. Before we have tứ thân, it is the four pass dress, a dress with this part, and the back. So it's the four pass dress. Then we have traditional is our national costume. That is áo dài, which I wear today. This is the traditional style with the high color and high and long sleeve, and also long dress like my stand. You may see it's a very long. It's really long. It's a really long dress, but for creative modern áo dài, to make áo dài easier to wear, people are really creative with this. You may see the third photo, they mix the hat in the first photos with the áo dài in the second photos together. So we have the third photo with the áo dài shorter than the traditional one, is so it's easier to walk. And with this kind of hat is a very traditional way of hats to wear with traditional custom. Then the fourth photos is high school áo dài. Áo dài is our national costume, national attire. So with ladies and the girl who still in high school, we have this uniform for girls to, how to say, to highlight the beauty of gorgeous Vietnamese girls, like that. So primary and secondary school we don't have it, but on high school, every high school in Vietnam, the girl will wear áo dài maybe for the whole week or on the first day of the week on Monday. Best places, this is what you waiting to hear, right? When you come to Vietnam, there are a lot of things to eat, a lot of places to go. Our Vietnam is long like this, and around Vietnam is different and various culture, different various food, and different various like type of place. On the north, we have Sapa. This is the mountainous area. Remember this area? And recently, the Fancy Pan Beach is 3,143 meters above the sea level. I have climbed this mountain peak. I go trekking for 3 days to enjoy this, and this is the like a proud of young traveler who can conquer the Fansipan Peak. But 2 years ago, the government built a cable car, so people can just sit on a cable car and they can take up to more than 3,000 meter up high to Fansipan Peak. That is why even the elderly people can go to Fansipan Peak nowadays, and they build some kind of homestay and very beautiful hotel. When you sit in the hotel and the window is clear and you see the cloud just up to you, just next to you, like this, you see a lot of cloud here because it's really high. Second place to visit for the northern part of Vietnam is the western north. Western north. I use the western north. Vietnamese people often use the Tây Bắc. Tây is western and Bắc is north. So western north is an area of some 5 or 6 provinces that has very beautiful and specialized of architecture and specialized of culture. For example, here we have the stair field in western north. We have cloud and we have mountain, we have hill like this in western north of Vietnam. Then coming down a little bit, oh, Hanoi. I don't talk a lot about Hanoi because you may know about Hanoi when I talk about people before. Coming a little bit down, we have Phong Nha, and right at this area, we have Sơn Đòn, the biggest cave in the world. You know, from the ground to the ceiling of the cave is around 300 meters. Like you may see in the photos, there is a person, very tiny person, standing, and the cave of the ceiling of the cave is just up high. I have spent time here, not go to Sơn Đòn, but to Hang Én. This is another cave next to Sơn Đòn, because Sơn Đòn is 3,000 US dollar for one trip. That take 4 days to conquer Sơn Đòn, and you have to have a very strong health. They will test your health before they allow you to visit Sơn Đòn. Okay, and coming down to the central, we have Huế. Huế is an ancient city. Before, we have the king and the queen living in Huế, but right now they like the young people, they go to Huế. It's like modern arts mixed with ancient arts. So it's a kind of the photo you may see here. It's ancient, like the ceiling of the building is like from China, but the rest is like Vietnamese. So it's kind of mixed and very ancient here in Hue. It's also peaceful in Hue as well. Coming a little bit down to Quy Nhơn, you remember Quy Nhơn, Nha Trang, Phú Yên, Phan Thiết. This kind of area famous for the beach, and is I think is cannot compare to Cebu, but is Cebu is like it's more Hawaii, but this kind of place is peaceful beach. It's transparent. You can see the fish right at your knee when you walk in the beach area. You may find the fish just so close. So that is this area. Still like um, I mean not a lot of man-made here. It's still natural. So you should visit here early before it become a lot of man-made. Okay, coming a little bit down is the highland. We call it Đà Lạt. Đà Lạt, the young people of Ho Chi Minh City, because Đà Lạt is like 6 hours for bus from Ho Chi Minh City. Ho Chi Minh City is so hot and Đà Lạt is cool. The weather is not cold, but it's cool. So it's like always autumn. It's always autumn the whole year with the cloud and the wind and the weather is a little bit cool, so it's really comfortable to spend time here. The food also really good and cheap. That is why the young people living in Ho Chi Minh City, they go to Đà Lạt a lot, and most of them they say that, oh, our hometown, oh, bye bye, I going to my hometown, which means going to Đà Lạt, because Đà Lạt like become their new hometown. They visit Đà Lạt like many times, much more many times than they visit their hometown. What's that? That's what it means. Next is Mekong Delta. Remember the fruits, durian, coconut, and Pamira nectar from Mekong Delta. So this is also the best place for traveling with a river, peaceful life, and friendly people. Yeah, that's Mekong Delta. Finally is Ho Chi Minh City, a very modern, trendy, emerging one. So we have the highest tower. Um, mm, I, as I remember, it's around 84 floor. The tower is 84 floor, and they open a lot of coffee shop here, even inside and outside. So you may see the whole city when you are up there. So this is the photos when the girl taken in a coffee shop on that one. That one is called Landmark 84. It's 80, Landmark 81, 81 floors. Okay, so if you come to Vietnam, how to survive as a tourist? Let's take some seconds to think about this. With my sharing about the people, about the food, about the way of living, about the place to visit, let's remember you come to Vietnam as tourists to visit the whole holistic and very beautiful scenes and best food like this. How you can survive? Let's think about it. But my answer, to be honest, is this. You just prepare the smile. You see, from the kids to the elderly people, from the rich one to the poor one, we always smile because we are a country of wartime. We live in the war for 3,000 years already. So when we can be independent, we really positive in life. We already go come over the war, so nothing can beat us like that. So really positive. That is why the hospitality is our greatest values. Just smile and ask anything, even use your body language. Finally, famous lines of Vietnam. These are some famous lines. Then, if you come to Vietnam, you say this. People will, especially the Gen X, like my parents, and even the young one. Độc lập, tự do, hạnh phúc. This is on from Ho Chi Minh, Uncle Ho Chi Minh, which means independence, freedom, and happiness. You know, this word is the like before when I still young, I really not feel this. But when I go to like 26, 27, and nearly 30, I really feel this. And which he said is really true. Independence, as long as you're independence, you have freedom. And when you have freedom, you have happiness, right? It's it's a very good saying, and it's a philosophy of life. To me, it's like that. The second one is lá lành đùm lá rách. The leaves protect the tighter ones. You may see that from my sharing about the autumn festival. Remember, when it's autumn, we now sit inside the house and eat cake and drink tea together. We normally go into the street and do some charity, do some volunteer, just to help other people, everyone, to have sweet memories on those kind of gathering like holiday. They have nothing together, they have no family, so we come there to become their piece of family. So that's our culture. And recently, Vietnam has faced with the biggest flood in the last 10 years. So whenever we have the flood, a lot of people, even normal people, they stand up and they call for donation, and they personally go to the remote area to help people when the flood comes. So the leaves protect the turtle ones is a culture that deep rooted in our mind, from the kid to the elderly people, for a long time already. Second, this is a very young sentence, just 4 years ago, when we have a song called Đi thật xa để trở về, which means go far just to come back. This is the song from Gen Y. As I told you about Haley Tống, remember? We're just like 20 something, but we go to abroad, we study a lot just to come back to Vietnam, to contribute to Vietnam, to make Vietnam more beautiful. So that's Gen Y, that's us. The last one, có công mài sắt, có ngày nên kim. If you spend time grinding iron, you will get the needle one day. This one, in English, we have the saying like practice makes perfect. But it's not, I find it's not cool as if you spend time grinding on iron. The iron, you will get the needle one day. This one to show about the hardworking values of Vietnamese people. For me, like I remember this sentence every day, and this sentence is tell from my grandparents' generation to my parents to us, and I will still keep repeating it with my kids, because that is our values about the hard working. We live in hard time before. We strive to survive in life, and now we strive to develop more in life, not just for survival, but to develop more. Yeah, and that's it for our sharing. Thank you so much. If you have any questions, we may interact right now. And how you feel about that?
It was really amazing. We really learned a lot, Miss Dana. Thank you very much, Miss Dana. All of us were interested to visit Vietnam. We were able to visit Hanoi last 2019, and it was such an amazing experience. The country is so rich in culture with so many both motorbikes and hospitable people. I have here a list of questions. Is it fine to ask you some of these?
Okay.
Right. So our first question, Miss Dana, if it's all right with you to ask this, you can answer it. So you look so young, and we are very curious. What is the usual age of the Vietnamese female to get married?
Ah, usual age of Vietnamese nowadays is around 27 to 29. But for my parents, it's about 20.
Same with Filipino also. A long time ago, we also had like that age. Women will get married, but now we need to actually adopt changes. So, yeah, it's good to hear that.
Mm.
Second question, Miss Dana, is that what action we should avoid in visiting public places and talking to people in Vietnam?
Um, in public places, action, right? I think is the kind of not respect the elderly people, which means like if you are 5 years old and you meet someone like 20 something, you should leave a way for them, or you like nod the head to say hello, you nod the head like this, or to you tell them something without the word please, like uh, dạ cho con hỏi. It means like may I ask, please excuse me, may I ask something. If you come and say hey may I ask, it's like not respect, but excuse me please, can I ask, blah blah blah. I mean ritual action is may work in public area, or in public area when you want to ask someone, you should be like that. Just that's it. Respect the elderly people, the one who older than you, and in the way of saying should have the please, excuse me, and yeah, that will work.
Yeah, of course, we really need to use the magic words please and thank you whenever we go, and especially also in Vietnam. So, another question, Miss Donna, is that please, I mean, this could be like asking you an advice. When is the best time to visit Vietnam?
Mm, um, best time to visit Vietnam, I think, is in there are two, because Vietnam has it's long and it's different in terms of climate for each place. So if you want to visit the beach like Phú Quốc or the central part of Vietnam, you should visit in summer. But for the northern part, like Hanoi, western north of Vietnam with the stair field, remember, and with the cloud, you should visit around autumn, in September, or another chance is spring, like February. Yeah, so
Right.
autumn or summer to like those kind of two places.
Thank you so much, Miss Dana. So, please allow me to give you the certificate of appreciation.
Thank you. I don't really expect I have this. Oh, so cute.
Yes, certificate of appreciation is given to Boy T. Danan for sharing her knowledge as a guest speaker in celebration of Intercultural FET 2021 with a theme celebrating cultural diversity and strengthening internationalization at home, held on March 19, 2021, given this 19th day of March 2021 during the Intercultural FET 2021. Thank you so much, Miss Danas. We hope to have you here in the Philippines very soon. Please visit us after this pandemic.
Thank you so much. I'm waiting.
Yeah, so before we'll end, yes, we would like to have you for our group photo. So everyone, can you please turn on your camera for our for we are going to have our group photo for our memories, you know. So let's take 1, 2, 3, smile. 1, 2, 3, smile. Another one. 1, 2, 3, smile. Thank you so much, everyone. At this juncture, maybe later on, we will have our Facebook Live through the official Facebook page of UC Banilad Friends. To our friends who will watch us through Facebook, please do comment down your name, institution, and email address so we can provide you the e-certificate after the event. To all our Zoom audience, please register through the link provided in the chat box and don't forget to answer and submit the evaluation form so we can give you the e-certificate after the event. Our Since day one, we are with our following friends from Istanbul Aydin University in Turkey, represented by Vice Director Ms. IC Denise Uskan and Ms. Ipek Kalithed. Berjaya University College, Malaysia, Mr. Ronald Binati. Silesian University of Technology, Poland, Ms. Julanta Pusias and Ms. Katazina Grudek. St. Louis University, Dr. Richel Lamadrid, CTU Tuburan, St. Therese College of Cebu, Verne University of Applied Sciences, Bohol Island State University, Ms. Katlia Michon, Mactan National High School, Ms. Jen Lynn Dignos, Santo Niño Mactan College, Mandawi City of School for the Arts, Cebu Technological University, Danao, Ms. Mary Rostelin Rom, Cebu Technological University, San Francisco Camotes, Dr. Vincent Bores, Southern Christian College, Mr. Jojimar Sandaga, Tagub Hagubiao National High School, Cebu Technological University main campus, represented by Dr. Ronald Galindo and Ms. Doris Gascon, Professional Academy of the Philippines, NAGA, and of course, University of San Jose Recoletos, Maine, UC Maine, UCLM, METC, and UC Banilad College and Senior High School Department. All right, thank you so much for being here with us this morning. One of the countries that I really, really want to visit is Iran. By the way, they are currently celebrating Persian New Year. Last year, we were very lucky enough to celebrate Persian New Year with this next speaker. And today, a good friend of mine will share us about Iran. To introduce our next speaker, let me call on our colleague when we were in Bulgaria, Miss Daphne de Savelia.
Yes, good morning to you, Chaira. So for
Morning.
our next yes. So for our next speaker, he studied IT engineering in degree and now is currently studying entrepreneurship and master degree. He was once a developer and now is a product manager in cryptocurrency exchange company. He was part of the 2020 Exchange Students for Student Mobility Program by Erasmus Plus, spring semester taking Master in Business Administration in Varna University of Management. More than this, he has been a political correspondent for a while. At this time, he is trying to launch his company in IT industry. Friends, I now present to you Mr. Hassan Sadid Mugaddasi.
Good morning, Mr. Hassan. So while waiting for Mr. Hassan to present his PowerPoint presentation, Hassan was actually with us when we were in Bulgaria, and he's from Iran. Well, it's very interesting that, their former name was Persia, and when I was in elementary, it was like I've always heard this name of country in the history book, and Persia is such a beautiful country, right? Mr. Hassan, good morning. And happy Persian New Year, by the way. It's like midnight or 1 a.m. in Iran already.
Hello?
Hello, good morning.
Hello, can you hear me?
Loud and clear, Mr. Hassan.
Oh, yeah. Hey, good morning. Thanks for inviting me. This is Hassan from Iran. Uh, the sound is clear or freezed?
Yeah. The presentation is clear. And your voice is also clear, Mr. Hassan.
Cool, perfect. Yeah, as my dear friends, Ms. Chara and Daphne said, I'm master student at master degree in University of Tehran, main university in Iran. I'm studying entrepreneurship, and I used to be a developer in several company, and now I'm working as a product manager in the cryptocurrency exchange. So let's go through the presentation. Sorry for a little bit tiredness of me because it's about 5 a.m. in Iran, and we are trying so hard for the New Year festival. Tomorrow is the beginning of the New Year in Iran, and we are a little bit busy. So sorry for my voice and tired. Well, here we are. Uh, Iran is the country in the Middle East, as you can see in the map. Let me move this here. You can see the historical map of Iran during about 2 or 3 thousand years ago until now. It has been changed too much and too many times because of the war and kingdom and many things. At the beginning, it was the Mad Empire, and now after that, we call them Hahamaneshian, and then Sasanian Empire, and after that, the Islam came to Iran, and many things changed. So after several centuries, we had our own kingdom until 1979. In that time, we had a revolution for going back to Islam, and now we have the Islamic Republic in my country. So, so next slide. Yeah, here we are. This is the kingdom of Achaemenid Empire. If you can see how big it was from the from the west, it was from Libya and Egypt at the north, uh, Turkey, Bulgaria, until Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, Palestine, some of Saudi Arabia. At the north is the Armenia, Azerbaijan. You can see Turkmenistan, Afghanistan, Tajikistan, and Pakistan here. It was the one of the biggest empire in the world in that time, and their capital was Persepolis. So you can see some picture of it. It's in the capital of Achaemenid Empire. It's a very beautiful uh, place if you like the history. This is we call it called nations gates because every nation coming through this door to visit the king and give him their gifts. You can see some picture of Isfahan is one of the famous city in Iran. It's very beautiful city. It used to be a capital for several years, and also they have too many monuments and mosques and many places to visit. So I will show some of them in next slide. You will see Shiraz city. Shiraz is very beautiful city. We call them the capital of arts and poetry because several of famous poetry of Iranian uh, were in the Shiraz. For example, Hafez or Saadi If you search, you can find uh, English poetry of them, of course, translated, because the main is in Persian. You can see this mosque here. It was at the first slide. It's Nasir al-Mulk, also known as a pink mosque. Sorry. It's a very beautiful place, and we have Aram garden, and this is the entrance of this garden here. And here is the bath of Vakil, because many years ago people hasn't their own bath at their home, so they were used to public, and this one is one of the most beautiful bath in the history. At this slide you can see one of the, actually this is the largest adult building in the world, Ergebam. Uh, it's for almost 3,000 years ago, built with Adobe, and now they are trying to fix some of the problem with it. Yeah, if you like about architect, you can visit Iran for different architect through these centuries. It's very beautiful places. At the right top, you can see the church. It's a Vank church in Isfahan city. It's a very beautiful place. Here is the square of Amir Chakmak in Yazd city. At the top left, I think it's some religious place we call Hosseiniya in Ghazvin city. This is one of the historical home for a rich guy in the history, and now it's a museum. At the bottom, you can see two mosques, roof of two mosques. It's very beautiful. This is mosque of Imam in Isfahan, and another mosque in Isfahan. And at the bottom right, you can see Fin Garden. Now, Tehran is the capital. It's a modern city. It's a very beautiful. The city I live in there. Um, you can see the nature bridge. It's a very beautiful bridge through the two park over the highway in the Tehran, and other building. And this is the Freedom Tower in Tehran. It's a very famous, and it's a symbol of Tehran. When you come into capital, you see this monument. And favorite part, Iranian food, uh, two different, various, and delicious. In Iran, we eat food in three times of per day. First of all, the breakfast, and almost between 6 and 8, depend on who going to the work or something like that. And we have the lunch on between 12 and 2 p.m. And dinner, it's again depend on the season, because the winter the day is too short and night is too long. So the winter, the dinner served at between 9 and 10 or 11, but at the spring it's a different, maybe at 7. Here you can see some different food. At the top left, you can see the kebab. It's a different type of kebab here, and all of them are so delicious. You should try it. We call shishlik, juje kebab, kebab barg, kebab loqme. And at the top middle, we can see some kind of breakfast in Iran. It's a bread, nuts, cheese, eggs, tomato, depend on a person and season. There is another food with meat or chicken or vegetables, again dependent any guy. Because of the variety of the ethics in Iran, we have too much different food. Uh, I, in the next slide, I will explain how different are they. Here we have some beautiful nature place in Iran. It's the desert Yardans. It's Shahdad, Kalut. We call it Kavire Lut. It's a very beautiful place if you like the nature. This is the Pink Lake. It's in Shiraz. Uh, it's only two of like this. One of them is in Australia, and the second one is in Iran. It's a very beautiful place. The lake, all of it, it's pink. Here is in Lorestan province, Stonewall Canyon. It looks like there's a place similar this into the USA, and it's a very beautiful place. The mountain and trees, and Rainbow Mountain. It's a very beautiful place. It's in Mahneshan. It's in Zanjan province. When you see the picture, you think it's made by Photoshop or something like that. But I saw this mountain. It's a very beautiful place. And cloud forest in Shahrud, middle of the country. Here, desert meeting the ocean. This is the India Ocean, and it's in Chabahar city. Badabsurt is in the Mazandar north of the Iran. It's a natural. I don't know this place because my geography is not good. Um, I think there is some place like this in the Turkey. Turkmen Sahra is a mountain with the grass, and yeah, the festival. Uh, we have several festivals in Iran. There is actually two kind of festival. Some of them is for the religious, and some of them is about ancient festival in Iran. For example, Nowruz, which we are inside of it because tomorrow is actually starting. Um, Iranian calendar is a little bit different than other countries. Or calendar and or New Year starts in 20th of March, and um, exactly in the specific time. For example, in Europe or USA, I think it's in the Asia's too. At the 12 of the midnight, the New Year is began, but in Iran is different. It's calculated by some astrological or something like that. The specialists calculated to specific time. The New Year is began, and now everyone celebrates kissing, shaking hands, and something like that. And here you can see the symbol of Nowruz. We call it Hafsin. Hafsin means 7S. Sin in Persian means S. And we put 7 items started with S in Persian, of course, which each of them is the symbol of something. For example, apple in Persian, we call it sib. Sib is a symbol of fresh, symbol of young, and anything related about it. And the other thing is, for example, sabze, uh, and senjet, somak, sir, serke, and seke. Seke means coin. It's the symbol of money and richness in life. The next slide, yeah, Charshamba Suri is this is the festival in Iran. It's happened on the last Wednesday of the year, which it was a few days ago. People doing some fireworks, dancing, and they're happy giving together candy or anything sweet. to celebration. Another one is Yalda. Yalda is the longest and darkness uh, night of the year. We go to see our parents or grandparents and again eating some specific food and reading some poetry from Hafez, which I mentioned before, and you can see his book here. It's a very lovely poetry, and it's very important festival in Iran, and every year everyone do it. For example, of a religious festival is Muharram. Probably you hear about it. Muharram is mourning for Imam Hussein. Imam Hussein is the son of our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu, and every year we mourning for uh, him and his family because they're killed by some killer in the history. If you want, you can read about it, or I can explain to you later. In Iran, we have too many different handicrafts, which I couldn't because I couldn't find the free time to find more. I just found this one. It's we call it Sofal Yariva and Monab Kari and other thing. The main activity of handicraft is in Isfahan. If you want to buy this, you can find the best quality of handicraft in Isfahan. And one of the famous good in Iran is the carpet. It's very famous and very beautiful. In each part of the country, they have their own design for the carpet. Here, yep, we have different clothes. I just mentioned 6 of them. This one is Azari for Turkish people at the northwest. This one is Gilak for the north. Lori is the different ethnic in Iran. Arab, yes, we have Arab in Iran too. Kurdish clothes is very beautiful, and this clothes is for Qeshm Island people. And yes, here you can see the difference of a variety of the ethnics in Iran. The Azeri people lives here. We have the Kurds here. Maybe this map is not exactly the what's is the real in Iran, but it can explain something. Yeah. Mazandaran, Gilak people live here, and Persians, which people main language is Persian, lives here. We have Lor here, and Kurd again. Arab is living here near to the Iraq. Here is the Iraq's Kurdistan. And here we have Turkey and Azerbaijan, Armenia. We have here Turkmenistan, and these people are Turkmen because common culture. We have Baluch people here because this province called Sistan and Baluchistan. We have Pakistan in here and Afghanistan, and of course Persian Gulf. And this is the Chabahar province. Thanks for having me, and sorry for short speech. If you have any question, I'm at your service.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hassan.
You're
And
welcome.
that was really a very interesting and informative talk. You really made us feel more excited to visit your beautiful country very soon. Since we can't
Yeah.
travel now, please allow us to ask these questions.
Yeah.
First, since Iran is currently celebrating Persian New Year, you also mentioned about Nowruz. What is the tradition of celebrating Nowruz, such as the offerings? Like here in the Philippines, also we celebrate at the midnight, and then we offer like circle fruits in
Oh
order for
yeah.
us to have blessings, more blessings for the
Well,
country.
yeah, we have a specific thing. For example, for Nowruz, it's a traditional food. Everyone eats fish and some rice in some specific way to cook and our own recipe and food and fish. It's very important for people in the Nowruz, and it's again another tradition is the older guy give some gift to younger. Most of the time is the money, but sometimes it's not. But it's again it's happening, and we are going to visit our parents, grandparents, aunts, uncle, and other family. Of course not now because of the pandemic, but in normal situation. Yeah.
Do you
And
also wear like clothes?
sorry.
Do you also hear like wear like new clothes, just like you're in the
Yeah,
Philippines?
yeah, definitely. New Year, it's starting 1 month before, and people are going out to buy new clothes, new shoes, new things for the home, and cleaning all of the home. My mom, you know, the female, they're very. Uh, it's very important for them to cleaning all part of this the apartment and home. And my parents went to our village. Uh, it's in another city, and they're cleaning there for tomorrow, and I will join them. Actually, I can say today. Yeah.
All right. Other question, Mr. Hassan, is one of our audience asked about the educational system in Iran. Like here in the
Yeah.
Philippines, we have K to 12 program. You have the same educational system?
Yes, educational system in Iran starts in seven. When you're getting 7 years old, you must go to the school, and you will study 6 years. And after that, you're going to the next level. It's I don't know how they call it because they changed it a few years ago. My brother know that, and they study again 6 years in that level. After that, they have to give some exam to uh, entrance exam to going to the university. If they accepted in the university, there is a university, many university in every province, and if they accepted, they're going there. And 4 years they have to study for bachelor, 2 years for master after the bachelor, of course, and 4 years after the master, 4 years for the PhD, and uh, postdoctoral another thing is after that.
All right. So the last question I need this would be like asking an advice. Since you were part of an exchange program for the student mobility program last year, what is your advice to those participants who want to be part of the Erasmus Plus student mobility program?
Well, it was a very good opportunity for me because I known very good friends like you and other Filipino guys. I miss you all. For you, Miss Daphne, Ray Martin, other my other friends, also from other countries. First of all, is this, and it was very good for me because um, I know now I know the other people how they think, and if I want to, because I'm studying entrepreneurship and it's very important to me business. Now I realized how I can launch a business in other countries, and one of my plan is applying for PhD in another country. It was a very good experience to me to know can I survive in during the PhD because it's at least 4 years, and it's helped me. So it was very good, and I think that's it. And it was so fun.
Yeah, by the way, before I will forget, like do you also use this word like mercy? Do you say also salamat in your
Oh yeah,
country?
yeah.
Yeah,
I forgot to speak in Persian. Sorry. When we meet each other, we say salam or salam alaikum, and how are you in Persian is chetori. Remarks knows this. Chetori or halet chetore. How are you? And if someone is going, course, when you say goodbye in Persian, we say Khoda Hafiz, means God protect you. And someone, other guy says the salamat, means again, health be with you, or stay safe, or something like that. Yeah, merci in French, I think we use it in Persian for thanks. We say ممنون، متشکرم، مرسی، خیلی ممنون، سپاسگزارم. We have several words for thank you. And one thing is, maybe it's interesting for you and other audience, we don't have different word for female and male. For example, in English we say he, she, but in Iran we say just u. We don't yeah, make the difference between them.
Wow, that was very informative. And actually, here in the Philippines, also we say salamat. Maybe because I did a research about it, and I was able to read that it's actually because of Arabic interaction with the early Filipinos pre-Spanish time. So it's very interesting, and Iran also has a very diverse culture and beautiful culture. I hope that we can visit Iran very
Yeah,
soon.
definitely. Yeah, of course. I hope
Thank you
I
very
see you
much.
here. You're welcome. Thank you. Thanks
Thank
for
you.
having me. And sorry for my tiredness and my voice, because it's a little bit late and I'm too busy these days.
Yeah.
I hope next time I'll be better. If
Yes.
anyone had any question, you can find me on Instagram, Twitter, LinkedIn, Clubhouse, and any social media. With my ID, I will mention it in the chat.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hassan. Please allow
You're
me to
welcome.
give you the certificate of appreciation.
Thank you so much.
Certificate
It's
of
very precious to
appreciation
me.
is given to Mr. Hassan Sadiq Moghadi for sharing his knowledge as a guest speaker in celebration of Intercultural Fed 2021 with the theme Celebrating Cultural Diversity and Strengthening Internationalization at Home, held on March 19, 2021, given this 19th of March 2021 during the Intercultural Fed 2021. Thank you very much,
Thank
Mr.
you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you for
So before,
being here tonight. I
yes.
hope stay safe and send my hi to my friends in Philippines.
So before we'll end, let's have a group photo first. So everyone,
Yeah, sure.
please turn on your cameras so we can see your beautiful smiles. Right. So 1, 2, 3, smile. 1, 2, 3, smile. Another one. 1, 2, 3, smile. All right. Thank you so much. As the
You're welcome.
University,
Thank you.
as the University of Cebu strengthen our internationalization at home, UZ recently opened our International Relations Office and Tea House. It is located in the mezzanine floor of UC Banilad College building. Before our boot campers will visit Bulgaria for a boot camp this year, they will bring us to the University Tea House. So let's watch their video. Actually, it's a good place for you to visit whenever you want to have to know more about opportunities to be an exchange student abroad. It's actually a very good experience, and you can use that to your resume when you apply for a job after your graduation. you so much, boot campers, and I hope you will now you will fly to Bulgaria very soon. Today, during office hours, you are free to visit the tea house and inquire about different programs that will allow us to be culturally competent. Before we will proceed to our next speaker, I would like to acknowledge again, since day one, we were with our following friends from Istanbul Aydin University in Turkey, represented by Vice Director Ms. Ayse Denise Uskan and Ms. Aipek Kaliser. Berjaya University College, Malaysia, Mr. Ronald Binati. Salesian University Technology, Poland, Ms. Chulanta Fuzias and Ms. Katarzyna Grudzic. St. Louis University, Dr. Richel Lamadrid, CTU Tuburan, St. Therese College of Cebu, Verne University of Applied Sciences, Bohol Island State University, Ms. Katlia Michon, Mactan National High School, Ms. Jen Lynn Dignos, Santo Niño Mactan College, Mandawi City of School for the Arts, Cebu Technological University, Danao, Ms. Mary Roslyn Rom, Cebu Technological University, San Francisco, Camotes, Dr. Vincent Bores, Southern Christian College, Mr. Jojimor Sandaga, Hagubiao National High School, Cebu Technological University main campus represented by Dr. Ronald Galindo and Ms. Doris Gascon, Professional Academy of the Philippines, NAGA, and of course, our neighboring university, University of San Jose Recoletos main campus, UC Maine, UCLM, UC Metisi, Manila College, and Senior High School Department, Deans and Chairpersons. All right, so we are now down to our 10th speaker. And, it's very exciting because this country that he will be sharing with us this morning is a very diverse country. It's like one of my most favorite countries that I really want to visit very soon. But before we'll have our next speaker, I would like to remind everyone, especially to our Zoom audience, to please click the link on the Zoom chat box and register there so we can give you the e-certificate after this event. And of course, do not forget to fill in the information and submit the evaluation form after this event as well. And hopefully we will already have our Facebook Live through Facebook page of UC Banilad Friends. And please also like our Facebook page, UC University of Cebu Banilad Friends official page and Erasmus Plus Friends official page. So you will be updated if we will have upcoming events and other opportunities for you to be part of this diverse culture and to be part of this opportunity to be abroad, to be sent abroad. All right. So once again, I would like to call our 10th speaker who will share about the culture of the land of spice and flavors, none other than India. He will be introduced by Miss Edel Jane Hones, BSHM student, who also joined us in Bulgaria last year for Student Mobility Program. Good morning, Miss Edel.
Good morning, Chai, and good morning to everyone. So, our next guest speaker is Mr. Vaishnav Ventakesh, all the way from India. Actually, he's one of our colleagues during the International Students Exchange Program that we had took at the Varna University of Management in Bulgaria last year. So, he is a student of SRM Institute of Science and Technology studying business administration. He is a human resource intern at the Youth Empowerment Foundation in Delhi since December 2020 until present. He also worked in digital marketing at LAF Bureau and was later promoted as a human resource officer. He was also an active volunteer of the college where he participated on show productions. He also received a social responsibility certification and had participated in an abacus competition. Hum sabhi ka swagat karte hai. Once again, let us all welcome and give our virtual claps for Mr. Vaishnav Ventakesh.
Thank you so much, Adele. Um, Can you go to the second slide, please? The second. I'll come back to the first one. Yes, because let me first give you a warm greeting before I actually go into explaining my slide. Brothers and sisters in Philippines, I thank you for giving me this opportunity for presenting on my country. Now, please allow me to welcome you in my language. Namaste, Vanakkam, Swagatam. India has over 120 different kind of languages with 29 different states. Namaste, I welcome you in Hindi, which is also the national language of India. Vanakkam, I welcome you in my mother tongue, Tamil, which is also the oldest language in the world. Swagatam, I welcome you in Telugu, which is the most spoken language after Hindi in India. Please go to the Indian flag, the before slide. Thank you. I would like to tell a bit on my country. As you can see, this is the Indian flag. The Indian flag has three colors: saffron, white, and green. Saffron depicts the strength, courage of the country. The white depicts the peace. The green depicts the fertility, auspiciousness of the land. What you see in the center is the Dharma Chakra, which we call, in short, the truth. So this is what the Indian flag means. India ranks number 6 in GDP and number 3 in PPP, purchasing power. It is the second most populated, the 7th biggest country in the world, having the 4th strongest military. As I said, we have 29 states with 120 different languages, with each state has so each state has its own specialty, and if you must visit every state in India, it will take you nothing less than at least 10 days. But most of them just come to see the highlights, Taj Mahal, which everyone knows, which is the seven wonders, one of the seven wonders. Everyone comes to see the Taj Mahal. You have many things to see in India, which I will tell you in ahead. Can you go to the third slide, which is the history of India? Yes, thank you. Now, our history is too much. We have a lot in the history. So I don't want to just bore you by telling you, I don't want it to sound like a history class. So I'll try to make this as interesting as possible. India has never been in a governmental ruling way. Like, we were always ruled by kings or queens or other things, other emperors. India's first emperor was Nanda, but even that we had many emperors. But India was scattered in many pieces. We were not India. As you see India on a map, it's not like that. We were scatters. So Chandragupta Maurya, he is a king. He was the king of India in around 321 297 BCE. Around that time, he was the king, along with his minister Chanakya. Now, Chanakya is we see him in very high standards because Chanakya created the economics in the country. He is one of the very few economists in the world during that time, and he created this governmenting, administrating, and economic policies. In fact, Out of his advice, the king unified all the states as one country called Bharat. Bharat means India. And after unifying it, he told him to make it as a one administrative. So the history of India starts from that king. India was born by that king. Apart from that, India had everything like over 250, 100 years ago. Humans first appeared in India after, no, they first appeared in Africa, but then they moved, they scattered around, and then they appeared in India over 250, 100 years ago. And starting their very early, one of the most earliest civilizations, the Indus Valley civilization. So you will find lots of architecture, lots of ornaments. Now this civilization is 250, 100 years ago, which when I say civilization, it means like a small urban city with like a small homes everywhere, just like urban city, but for that generation. So Indus Valley civilizations are very one of the very few and early civilizations. But that's old. Now coming after this king Ashoka. So Chandragupta in over here, when you mostly it's everywhere like that. The king and next it's gonna be his sons. So Ashoka is Chandragupta's grandson. What you see in center, the lion, is also the national emblem of India or the national symbol of India. This symbol was given to us by Ashoka. This was in 268 232 BCE. So this symbol is very old. So this was given to us by Ashoka. Ashoka was the grandson. He was one of the strongest in the empire at that time. He used to go on wars a lot. But one fine day, after seeing the death of so many of his men, he felt so sad that he just gave up everything, converted to a Buddhist, and started on his life from there. But his works still remain in our heart. So, this lion symbol, what you see in the right, the Taj Mahal, and the left is the Indian Gate. The Taj Mahal, there's an interesting story in Taj Mahal. The Taj Mahal was built by the Mughal Empire for his queen. So the queen had passed away, unfortunately, due to some reason, and he wanted to always have her in his memory. So he built this monument for her to put her tomb in it. He built it fully in marble. And after building this monument, he cut the hands of every person who built it. He ordered his army to cut the hands of every constructor who built it so they cannot go and build the same monument elsewhere. This is a very unfortunate incident that happened and which is connected to the Taj Mahal. But I guess that's why there's only one Taj Mahal. What you see in the left in the Indian gate next to the horseman, the Indian gate is to respect the soldiers who gave their lives in protecting us. If you see above the horseman, you can see India struggling with British. Now, India was ruled by many Hindu kings, but then Mughals came in. Mughals came in around the 16th century, in 16, and then they were there until 19, but they weren't that powerful in the 19th. The British came in at around 1858. So the Mughals came in, they tortured us, they looted us. Very selected number, few were very, wise and helpful. The British came afterwards. The British came in 1757, but they weren't that terrorizing until 1858. India was the richest country on the planet until 17th century. Until the foreign invaders came in, we were the richest people in the planet. Unfortunately, now that's not the case. During that time, let me tell you, gold were being used as utensils. And until the 18th century, India was the only source for diamonds. India is, even though it's old, it had done a lot of wonderful things that definitely doesn't make it look old. You guys would have heard of plastic surgery, very famous today. People are really interested in changing their looks. So, plastic surgery was invented here. It was being done for a long time here. Caesarean was being done here. In fact, in our ancient texts, you will find many topics as you will find metabolism, genetics. You will find surgery, cesarean. Like surgery was being done over here over 2000 years back. We had surgery, everything, plastic, cataract, everything we was being done 2000 years back. In fact, the father of surgery is an Indian, Chakra. So Ayurveda and surgery were very common. We didn't have medicines, we had Ayurveda. Now, why Ayurveda is better is because they have no side effects. Ayurveda is basically using organic stuff and what the earth gives to cure your problems. Suppose you have a cold, you take steam in, that is Ayurveda. You have a fever, dry throat, you drink hot water with lemon or ginger, that is also Ayurveda. So Ayurveda has many things. In fact, they even have medicines to cure cancers and other things, but most of those techniques have been erased. They didn't get recorded properly, and we have lost a lot of it, and we have only a few number of techniques today in our hand. But apart from that, India was into trade for very long with Arab and other places. In fact, they were in trade in the 16th itself, 16 and before. In fact, you will know Columbus, the guy who found America, I hope. So it would be nice if we could have this in a two-way communication, or is it that it should be a single? You can hear me, guys?
Yes, the vibe
Hello?
is loud and clear. Yes.
So do you know Columbus,
Yes.
the guy who found America? Yeah. Actually, Columbus wanted to come to India. As I told, India was the richest country before the 17th, and he wanted to come here for the wealth. Unfortunately, he went to America. And that is why, thinking that place is America, he tortured the people there, telling them to give the wealth. Actually, they didn't have anything, but he didn't believe them. He tortured them. They are called as Native Americans. So India was the richest, but then Vasco da Gama came here. According to the books, it is Vasco da Gama who found the country, but no, that's not the case. Vasco da Gama was in search of the country. He then met a Bengali trader, and the Bengali trader guided him towards the country, and then he found it. So India had many interesting stories like this. Do you know Alexander the Great? I am not sure if it's only in our thing, but do you guys know Alexander the Great? He was a ruler as well. Okay, thank you so much. So Alexander there's a story here where over here it is not Alexander the Great, it was Alexander the Great Idiot. The reason being, Alexander was a very powerful person and he wanted immortality somehow. And he knew in India we had lots of yogis and lots of people who could actually achieve this power. And when he came to India knowing this, he sent his men to search for a capable yogi who could give him this. And then he went searching on and they found a yogi. His army went to the yogi and said, "You must come to our king. He's called you." The yogi smiled, said, "I'm not moving anywhere. If you want, get your king here." The army threatened to take his life. He didn't care because he knows we guys have always been taught from childhood that we are not the body and we are not the mind. And we always should walk in that consciousness. So the yogi said, fine. So he knew, but remember this that if you kill me, your king will never have immortality. The army knew that this was a threaten, a compassionate threatening. So the army went to the king and told the king the scenario, and the king agreed to come with him. And when the king came and spoke to the yogi said, okay, I'll tell you the secret. If you go far on down south, you'll find a lake. If you drink the water from that lake, you will become immortal. That's how the story goes. And then Alexander walks towards the lake, and he is going to drink the water, and he's about to drink the water. Then he meets a crow there. And the crow tells Alexander, "O king, look at me. I am stuck in this body. I am not able to get free. I've seen my grandparents die. I've seen my mothers die. I've seen my children die. I am all alone. I'm stuck in this body. Don't do the same mistake I have done, O king." And the crow flew away. And Alexander thought about it and he went away. He didn't drink the water. From that time, Alexander the Great Idiot became Alexander the Great. We removed the word idiot for this one deed he did. So India has not one but many, many stories like this, which sorts of makes our childhood very interesting. When you see the top, you can see Buddha there. Yes, Buddha, people say, was born in Nepal, which is, yes, it's true. But I wouldn't say that. I would say Gautama, Siddhartha, his real name, was born in Nepal. He got enlightened in India under a Bodhi tree. Bodhi tree is a banyan tree. He became enlightened in India and became a Buddha in India. Buddha means awakened person, a person who's awakened. So he came to India, he spread his teachings. Buddhism was going on. If you see in the left of Buddha, you will find Mahavira. You would have heard the religion Jainism. Hello, you guys heard of Jainism? It's one of the religions, like similar to Buddhism. Yes or a no?
Yes, we heard about Jainism.
Yeah, the guy in the left of Buddha, he found it. Yes, Mahavir is similar to Buddha, enlightened, spreading his teachings around. The only difference is that he doesn't wear clothes and Buddha wears clothes. So he created Jainism. Now, after the Buddha came to India, a lot of Indians were converting to Buddhists. So if you see in the right, you'll find another saint in the orange dress. He's known as Adi Shankaracharya. He's another great sage for us. Now, if Hindus are still there in India, we should thank him because after Buddhism, if he didn't come, the whole India would have been a country of Buddhists. But then he came, he spread his teachings, influencing people, and the people remained. And if today we have Hinduism, it's thanks to him, or else we would have perished a long time back. Hinduism is the third most followed religion in the world after Christianity and Islam. Now, if you see, let me explain you a lot more into this. If you see in the leftmost hand, you'll find a person with a hat. He is one of our freedom fighters. He is also known as Bhagat Singh. You know Gandhi, obviously. Most of them do. Gandhi is the father of the nation. He's the one who gave us independence. Now, Gandhi and Bhagat Singh are totally opposites. Gandhi followed in ahimsa, which means non-violence. Bhagat Singh, on the other hand, was purely on the violence. But he had a very bad death, unfortunate death. Bhagat Singh burned a whole British office whole, like a whole British office, police office was burned brutally by Bhagat Singh. to give British a message that we won't sit and take whatever you give us. Bhagat Singh was later confronted in the court and was given the death punishment. He, along with two other people, were hanged. And in the court, the lawyer asked him, did you bomb the office or not? Were you the one who bombed it? And Bhagat Singh was like, yes, I did it, but do you know how to make a bomb? I didn't get it. A person got it. And then the lawyer got that person to the court, whoever gave Bhagat Singh the bomb. And then the lawyer asked the guy who made the bombs, do you know how to make bombs? And the guy said, yes. And he said, please tell us how you did this to check if it's true. And the person told how to make the bombs. And then Bhagat Singh stood up and he said, that's it. Now you can give me whatever punishment you want. I only wanted this for the person to tell how to make the bombs in front of the court. Now, every child in this country will know how to make a bomb in this world and will chase the British until you leave. And immediately he was given the death punishment, and his last words were Jai Hind, means Hail India. So we respect him a lot. Of course, people are there who follow more of Bhagat Singh nature, and people are there who follow more of Gandhi nature. You have Chandrabose, you have Shivaji. Chandrabose also, we call him. In the horse, he is in the horse town next to the Indian Gate. He is also one of the very great kings of the Maratha Empire. He was the only king from 10,000 soldiers he went so high to have possessed 500,000 soldiers. He conquered the whole India. He didn't conquer it, he took it from all the Mughal and he united it again. And he was one of the very few kings who actually planned to put borders in the walls, like how Trump is putting a wall in the border. He also wanted to put walls in the border so as to not allow foreign invaders to come in. He died in a very early age, was backstabbed by his own family. And British, when they came, they said that if this king lived for another 30 more years, British would have never seen the face of India. The king was that great, his planning skills were in another level. If you see next to Buddha in the right, you have Adri Shankaracharya, which I told you, but if you see another, you will see a horse, another horseman, a tiny one. Now it's not a he, it's a she. We call her Rani Lakshmi Bai. You would have heard the statements like, you would have heard people say when a child is trying to lift a rock, you will say, you're not Superman to lift the rock. So similar like that, in India, we use Rani Lakshmi Bai because what she did is amazing. It shows the power of a mother and a woman. Rani Lakshmi Bai was a queen. She didn't have a child. She adopted a daughter. The kingdom guys didn't let her. The people of the kingdom didn't allow her to do this. The British was coming to capture her kingdom. She knew that she had no way but to retreat. She retreated and went to the neighboring kingdom and told them that, see, the British is going to come to attack you. Then both of them planned together, and when the British came, they were prepared. British had unfortunate loss and returned back. The third time, British came to the same kingdom with more men and more guns. The king knew that this is it. There's no way we can defeat them. We have spears and arrows, and they have guns. And the king suicided. All that's left is the queen. Now she knew either it's do or die, because even if the army of the kingdom will only give some time to her, but her death is going to happen. So she went to the battlefield and she fought the British and gave them such a hard time that the British didn't expect that this one woman can really give us this much of a hard time. And they had guns, and the Indian army had nothing. And what's more admirable is that she had her infant child in her back. So she was fighting the British, carrying her infant child in the back. When she lost and was on the ground dead, It was so admirable that the British also themselves bowed down to this woman, saying, "We honor her. It is very admirable of what this queen did." Even the British couldn't hold their respects for this queen, and that is why we also respect her a lot. So there's a lot of history. There's a lot of stories in this. We have so many stories of our gods and all other things. And if I have to tell you all this, you won't be able to go to the next speaker, or you won't be able to go ahead of the program. If maybe if there's time in the end of the presentation, I will tell you another few interesting stories on Indian culture and tradition. But I'll tell you one few of the traditions we follow. In Philippines, when I was with my friends there in the China and others, you guys were okay with cutting your hair in homes. Now, this is something that's not going to happen in India. Because if you cut your hair in a home, it means someone's dead or you're welcoming death to the place. So, this is a tradition. Or when someone dies in the house, you have to shave your head in the home. So, no cutting hair inside the home. And when someone's dead, we take a pot, fill it with water, make a hole, and we rotate around the person who passed on in the cremation. It's a part of the cremation process. And then what we do, we break the pot in pieces after that. This has a logic. When we carry the pot, rotating him, we remember everything and we fill it in the pot. And in the end, we break the pot. When we break the pot, we want to show we have broken the relation with the person who was passed on. This will make it easier for him to go up. That's what we believe. Otherwise, please can you go to the next slide? There's a lot here. Hello. Okay. Sorry. Yeah. This I wanted to just show you for your reference. These are the maps. This in your left is the current Indian map. In your right is the British time map. India was not is not what it is now. India was having Pakistan, Bangladesh, and even Nepal. This all was a part of India, but the British found it tough to rule, and so they divided these things into individual countries. If not, India would have been much more than the seventh biggest nation. I forgot to tell that we got independence in 1947, and we didn't get it because of our struggle, because British after the Second World War really got hit very badly, and they knew it would be impossible to rule India any further, because even the Indians made effort to throw them out, and they said no, it won't work out now, and they left India in 1947, and India got independence in 1947. Now, India was suffering after that, and we ended up taking loan with the World Bank because India was always in the rules of kings and Mughals and then British. We actually never took care of ourselves. It was always in a king or something like that. So it was the first time we had a government taking care of us, and the government had to catch up with its learning. So we had ended up taking loan. But even then, the constitution of India is the biggest in the world. We have a rule for everything here. So our history is very long, unlike any other country in this world. Our history really dates back in the BCEs. Going to the next slide. The next slide. Yeah. Coming to the food. Now, I think more than the Taj Mahal, I think the biryani is more famous in the world. So the food of India is one of the most amazing, delicious food. If I'm happy to have been born in this country, it's because of the food. I'm depressed, I go for biryani. I'm happy, we go for biryani. If we are sad, we go for biryani. Anything, the biryani is the solution. So our food, you won't find a single food without spice. India is known for its spices. In fact, we do a lot of trade in spices. So every food you'll see has spice. You obviously, my Philippine friends knows chapati, which is in the plate. The others are the dishes, gravies. We call it gravy, which is the liquid dishes. Now, the liquid dishes are mostly, if you see the green liquid dishes, they it's mint, curry leaves, and we grind this to a semi-liquid with chilies as well, and then we add some cream to it, a spoon, very little cream. We add cottage cheese, spices, and that's a basic preparation of how it goes. Now, India is having majorly wheat in the north, and in the south, it's rice. So, this is not due to psychological issues. It's just this that in the north, wheat grows much easier, and in the south, rice grows in plenty. So people ate what is available in abundance because we are poor. So whatever we found we in abundance, we ate. So we ate rice, and North Indians found wheat in abundance, they ate wheat. So if you go to North, even today, you will find every meal they have has chapati or wheat. If you come to South, every meal we have is made out of rice. Go to the next slide and you will see what I'm talking about. This is the South Indian meal, pure South Indian meal. Now, it doesn't look like there's rice, but there is rice because everything that's made here is with rice. We soak the rice, grind it, make a batter of it, and then we make it like a wrap, like a chapati kind of thing. And the center, you'll get the center as a result, which is the dosa. And idli, vada, all is just made with rice. The South Indians, they are very keen with rice and oil. So if you are going to come to South India, you can expect a lot of rice. And if you go to the north, you can expect spice and wheat products. Please go to the next slide. Yeah, so you will find snacks. But we have abundant amount of snacks, and every snack over here is made out of ghee. Ghee is melted butter. So if you see, there's a lamp in the center in the picture, and if you see the bowls around the lamp, you get more of that in the north of India. And if you see the outermost bowls, which has, in our language we call it murukku. Murukku is a type of snack which is deep fried in oil. So most of that you'll get in South India. Snacks is one of, but our snacks are mostly, more of spice, more of at times sugar sweet, at times salt, at times sweet and spice. Like we have many combinations of snacks, which really you must try out and take as souvenirs to your country. It will be, it's very delicious. Going to the next slide. The clothes or the traditional dress of India. Now, as I said, India has 29 states. Each state have its own language. Now, that's the same thing for clothes. Each state has their own traditional attire. So there are basically 29 traditional attires, but I'm going to just show you three or four. This is the traditional attire of Jharkhand. Jharkhand is a little way up in the north of India. Now, India has over 120 types of weaves. No other culture in this world has that many types of weaving. All of us right now are wearing polytech. We are wearing polyfiber, which is not. It is the second most pollutant factor for this earth, not good for the ecology at all. But the natural fiber is amazing, like no pollutant and more durability and more organic. Unfortunately, the natural fiber is getting extinct slowly. So there's our campaigns trying to keep it alive. And Over here, we are requesting our ladies to at least fill 20% of their wardrobes with natural fiber or Indian handmade attire or clothes. Hopefully, it'll work out. During the olden days, before the British, the reason we were rich was because 60% of our trade was textile. But then the British came, everything went down from there. So is what this is a good thing on our clothing. Please go to the next slide. This is Gujarat. This is the way they dress. They just love putting mirrors in their dress. What they are doing now is the Gurkha dance. So they dance a lot. Most of their dance has a lot of spinning around, but still their dance is amazing. So if you're going to go to Gujarat, the dance is one thing you must see. Now every place has their own traditional dance as well. So this is Gujarat. The next, this is Mizoram. This is Arunachal Pradesh. This is also called the bamboo dance. You can see the men down holding the bamboo. Now, what they do is they shift the bamboo, they keep moving the bamboo. And the women, they have to skip the bamboo and dance. It looks like a dance when they skip it. They are actually dancing. But the way they skip the bamboo, it's like they are Shaolin masters. I don't know how they're doing it. They just dance, and the men move the bamboo so fast. Like if you and me were there, we would trip and fall down. But they dance so freely, and it looks like they don't even need to see the bamboo. They can just feel it coming and they dodge it. So of course you need to be professionals to make this dance, and this is one of the most viewed dance when we go to Arunachal Pradesh. This is a must to see dance. Please go to the next one. This is Odisha. Now, this type of clothes you will find almost everywhere in South India. This is called a sari. This is mostly made from silk. So, if you come to my place, Chennai, a lot of people, almost every woman, will just be wearing this. This is the traditional attire for half of the women in South India and even the North India. Almost this rules. The next slide, please. This is a folk dance in Assam. Now, as I told, most of the women you find will wear that type of clothes. So every place has its own dance, and this is one of their folk dances in Assam. I'm just showing you how they dress up. Next slide. Coming to the festivals of India, I'm going to just explain you very few festivals. I don't know if how much time I have, if I'm running out of time. Uh, Deepavali is one of the most celebrated festivals in the country. This is known as the Festival of Lights. So we have our reasons to celebrate this. One of our deities, Rama, is one of the most famous deities in the country. Now his story is very huge, but let me try to sum it up. We bow down to Rama not because he's a success in life. Rama has always been a disaster in life. He was a king, was crowned king in the age of 17, 18. He married a princess in the age of 20. After 2 years, due to political reason, he was exiled from the kingdom. Now that was enough to shatter a man, but no, he went and he took it as a challenge. Then later on, his wife was kidnapped by the Sri Lankan people, and he had to go save her life. So he walked down 3,000 kilometers down south to just save his wife. Now he doesn't know anything. See, there's no GPS that time, and he has to walk down, and he doesn't know if his wife is alive, dead, or in what condition. So he was going to save her. So this shows how much the woman meant to him. Now, if he's a king, he could have got a number of local solutions. Many women would be prepared to marry him, but he walked all the way, saved the queen, took her back, went to his kingdom, and again, due to few political reasons, he had to send back the queen to the forest. And he is such a leader that he put his citizens, his kingdom first, rather than his family and his own life. He served more towards his kingdom rather than his own life. And that is why we bow down to the man, because today we see a leader, and I hardly see any leader who puts his, his country more than his family and personal life. So that is why we bow down to him. And on this day, he returned from the forest to his kingdom, finally getting his rightful rights, like getting his kingdom. So we celebrate his arrival. But there are more that I told you, like 5% of the story. There's so much more into this. So we celebrate this. We also call this a festival of lights. I think you know why. We light lamps everywhere. Everywhere we light lamps, we put rangolis in the road, we burst crackers, and we celebrate with new clothes and sweets and other things, offerings towards the Lord as well. Next slide. So I told you Deepavali, the crackers. Next slide. Dashara. Now, Dashara, this is again a day connected to the gods. So, there was a demon called Mahishasura in our country. There's a story like that. There's a demon called Mahishasura, and he prayed to the gods and asked the boon, saying, "No god should be able to kill me. Only a woman should be able to kill me." So after getting that boon, he tortured around the area, torturing the people, punishing, killing. He's a monster. And then the gods knew that the boon has got him overconfident, and the gods couldn't do anything because of the boon. They can't kill him. So they requested the goddess to please go and end him. The goddess is a female, so the boon is being followed and is being stopped. So you can see the goddess in the center with many hands, and she defeated Mahishasura and brought peace to the land. So on this day, we celebrate her victory. This day is also seen as the winning of good over evil. So Dashera is one of the most celebrated festivals in India. Now there's a video for Dashera that I would like to show you. So he's the king currently. You can stop. Yeah. The video was very unclear to me, but I don't know if it was clear to you all, but it had a lot of pausing. So I think you got the idea of the show. Now, if I explain you a festival, you won't actually feel or understand as much as you will actually, when you see the video, you will understand it much clearer than actually having me tell about it. So you can, I think you have already seen those people in the video. So you see the person in the, one sec, you see the person in the right with the 10 heads. We celebrate his death as well. I told you about Rama, right? So this guy is the one who kidnapped his wife, and then Rama finishes him. I mean, kills him and takes back his wife. So that's just one of the happy newses for him. But that's yet there's more into that. I didn't tell you. So people dress around like this. They go celebrate. They put colors, and it's a very grand festival. The next festival is Holi. This is the festival of colors. So people go around throwing colors, enjoying dancing, music. There's nothing much into the story of Holi. This is just kind of like a traditional festival. The next festival is Ganesh Chaturthi. I told you about the goddess, right? This is her son. So this day is his birthday, and we celebrate it in another very grand way. Now, I wanted to show a video for this one also. I don't know if this video will be clear, but I'll just give it a try. The next one, Lord Ganesha, yeah. Yeah, we can stop. Now, basically, what we do, we make Ganesha, a sand Ganesha. We do offerings to him, we give him flowers, fruits, worship him, and then we put him in water. It's sand, so when you put in water, it will settle down. Now, this is to, we do this as a way like Ganapati comes into our home, stays for a while, and when we put him in water, he leaves to his parents in Kailash. So this is one of the problems in India because, as you can see, Ganesha is actually supposed to be in sand, but people put colors, which actually pollutes the rivers and ponds and lakes. But government are taking actions right now to ensure that this doesn't happen. And even if they want to put colors, they make an artificial lake, which is only for putting Ganesha in. The next festival is Pongal, and this is my festival. It is one of the festivals in Tamil Nadu. and even Karnataka. Pongal basically, we bow down to everyone or everything that gives us a living or keeps us going on in life. The farmer will bow down to his land in which he's growing crops. The farmer will bow down to the crops that's giving him food. The farmer will bow down to the sun that's keeping his crops healthy. The farmer will bow down to the cow that's helping and grazing the land, and giving milk. So we will bow down to the tools that with the help we use to grow our the crops. We will bow down to everything on this day that keeps us going. So this festival is just for that. We'll bow down to the moon, the wind, everything. So that's it. About this is the festival, Pongal. The next one. So this is how we celebrate as well. We do our offerings to the lords. We put on new clothes, decorate them with the crowns, chains. We want put lamps, and this is done on Deepavali. Go to the next one. As you can see, lamps, and then we make drawings in the floor. We make it with grinded rice powder. We do this so even the ants, the insects can come and feed on them. The main reason is for the insects to feed on it, and we it also gives a beauty to the house. So this is what we do in Deepavali. The next one is what we do in Ganesh Chaturthi. As I told you, make it in sand. The color what I've used is organic. The yellow is turmeric, and the red is I think it's dye. It's kumkum, which is also an organic substance. So this is how we celebrate. You can see that there's a small pineapple down. We offer flowers, we offer food, we offer everything to the Lord before putting him in the water. This is to bring in good luck and happiness, removing the problems in life. So coming close to my PPT, talking about the travel. So India has a lot of things you can look. And if you go to the north, you'll have more of. If you go to Delhi, you'll have monuments, forts, Taj Mahal, which I think you'll want to see. If you go a little bit up more north in Uttarakhand, you will have nature and hiking, snow, trekking, and river crafting, and all of those things. If you come south, you will have architecture, history, museums, and sunset points, beaches. I don't think you need to come for beaches because your place has one of the best beaches I know in the world. So I don't think beaches are something which you guys will be interested in. But architecture, you'll find temples which are over 2,000, 3,000 years old, and not one. You will find hundreds and hundreds of temples all over the country which date back to even 3,000 above more years. So this is one thing we Indians are very proud of because during that many years back when Europeans and others were living as tribals, we already were living with shelter, how to make food properly with utensils and so on. So this is one thing we are very proud of. So India, if you really want to come, I'll share you my contact. Just call me and I'll tell you everything from boarding your flight to reaching to scheduling your trip and even going back. So you don't need to worry about that. I think I've taken so much of your time. Please go to the next slide. So thank you. I actually wanted to show you another video, but I don't think you will enjoy it because it's not very clear. So if you have any other questions you wanted to ask, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vaishnav Venkatesh, for bringing us to India virtually. One thing that captured my attention is the Mizoram dance because we also have similar cultural dance. We call it tinikling, the one using bamboos. I really want to try also Diwali one day. I have here some questions for you from our audience. Our first
Awesome.
question is that with a good number of population, may we know the COVID updates there? Do you have vaccines already?
We already have the vaccination. See, the COVID is in many strands. So the UK COVID, and now I've heard that something with the UK and Africa is merged up to form a whole new being. I'm not sure how much, that's true. But the first wave is successfully dealt with, and we don't have any problems with the first wave. In fact, we went to almost zero cases.
Wow,
But
that's
the
amazing.
but now the second wave has come in. I think it's the UK, I guess. The second wave has come in, and it's much more dangerous, much more. It spreads more, and it's more dangerous. I know you've heard of all these things. So currently, we are not like what we were in the first wave, but we are going to reach there, which is actually not a good thing for me to say. Right, in my city alone, in this 1 week, the cases increased from 200 to 1,000. Already, we have many people dying here, and hopefully, our medical team will even find a vaccine for this second virus as well, much effective one. So, yeah, that's it.
Right. Thank you so much, Mr. Vaish. Our second question is that India is known to be a country with diverse culture and home of some of the oldest religions in the world. How did India preserve its culture, Mr. Vaish?
It's all thanks to the saints who kept on going around and teaching and reminding people of the same story. So, you would have heard of Jesus Christ, the founder of Christianity, who did a lot of miracles around people. So you saw how it spread and how it's still alive. Like that, like Jesus Christ, we had not one, we had many, many saints who provide, who showed miracles, curing patient, like curing people, bringing back the dead. We had not one, we had many saints like that. But the only thing is, no one knows like we know about them, but outside India, no one knows because they actually didn't go spreading their teaching around outside. It's more of inside kind of thing, and they kept on teaching, and not one, there were thousands of saints that kept on coming, reminding people of being faithful, being to remember that you have to always be following. They weren't missionaries. I mean, they themselves didn't follow any religion as such. They only said the teaching. But I think the religion survived because we have other things reminding us. As I told, so many temples. India is filled with numerous amount of temples. So I think I think our ancestors did a good job. It's not us. We should thank our ancestors for preserving this.
Right. Our last question is that please share more about yoga in India. This is one of the reasons why I really wanted to visit India because it's known for its yoga and meditation.
Yoga, yep. Yoga is another old thing that's preserved well. Yoga is over 50,000 years old and still alive. Yoga is in India, yoga was actually never an exercise. If people want to do exercise, they'd go out, run, and exercise. But yoga was never actually seen as an exercise. It was always been known to us that yoga is a tool that would help us to transform our inner self. Now, half of our enlightened beings, even inclusive of Gautam Buddha, if he was enlightened, it is thanks to yoga. Now, you would have heard of Shiva. So he was the founder of yoga, and he spread it from five sages to others. So yoga was never actually an exercise for us. It was a tool to help us to get realized, to keep us aware that this body is not me, mind is not me. It transforms us to a whole new different being, or other ways, in simple words, getting enlightened, and then after that, going for salvation. Yoga was a tool, but apart from that, yoga can also help you with your daily life. It does keep your body healthy, but if yoga being done in the wrong way can really lead to consequences in life as well. So it's best to do yoga under a professional instructor, is what I would say.
Right. We would really love to try it one day. Thank you very much, Mr. Vaishnav. Please allow me to give you the certificate of appreciation. Certificate of appreciation is given to Vaishnav Venkatesh for sharing his knowledge as a guest speaker in celebration of Intercultural Fest 2021 with the theme Celebrating Cultural Diversity and Strengthening Internationalization at Home, held on March 19, 2021, given this 19th day of March 2021 during the Intercultural Fest 2021. Thank you very much, Mr. Vaish, and we really hope that one day we can actually visit India.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm so sorry. I think I took a lot of your time than actually required. And please, the pandemic is going nowhere. Please be safe, healthy, stay at home, wear your mask, and don't tell. That's it. Please be careful. Is
By the
what I
way,
want to say.
some of our participants today are actually wearing Nagaland. So please, our participants, turn on your cameras so we can have our group photo. So I can see your beautiful costumes and smiles. And hi to our audience in Facebook. All right, 1, 2, 3, smile. Oh, you're so beautiful, guys. 1, 2, 3, smile. Don't be shy. Hi, Mary Lorraine Valiente. Don't be shy. You look so good. All right. At this juncture, we are now live through the official Facebook page of UC Banilad Friends. To our friends watching us through Facebook, please do comment down your name, institution, and email address so we can provide you the e-certificate after the event. To all our Zoom audience, please register through the link provided in the chat box and don't forget to answer and submit the evaluation form. As of the moment, we have with us different higher education institutions: St. Teresa's College of Cebu, Cebu Technological University, Danao, Tuburan, and Main Campus, Cebu Technological University, I mean main campus, yeah. And Vern University of Applied Science, Salesian University of Technology, University of Cebu, Hagubiao National High School, Joji Ilagan International School of Davao, St. Louis College, Cebu, Santo Niño Mactan College, Mandawi City School for the Arts, University of San Jose Recoletos, Professional Academy of the Philippines, NAGA, Bohol Island State University Main Campus, University of the Visayas, Cebu Normal University, Cebu Roosevelt Memorial Colleges Incorporation, De La Salle Andres Soriano Memorial College. All right, thank you so much for being here with us for the during the morning session, and we really hope that you will be with us until the end this afternoon session. So that will be our morning session. Please don't forget to share our event today with our official hashtag UC Intercultural Fest 2021. We will be back at 1 p.m. So please stay tuned. Please enjoy your lunch, bon appetit, and we will start at 1 p.m. with our friend from Japan. Thank you so much, friends. See you later. Enjoy your lunch.